damaging winds. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever see. With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind. nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind. We rode over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever see. With a nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind.
That's right. That's right. Music that bumps. No music that doesn't bump. You can stuff your music that doesn't bump in a sack, mister, along with your sorries. It is Dukes versus the World. The return. Episode episode 4. I'm your host. It's the Shootster, broadcasting live. Presented by Monk's Barbecue in Purcellville, Virginia. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I'm going to say what they all say. Smash that like button. I don't know why you got to smash it. Like that smash button. Get us into the algos. We're going to be here for a minute. We're going to be here for a motherfucking minute. Big verbal knock goes out to Matthew Gross, who's already ordered 2 shirts. I don't know how. He must have been refreshing on the website, like when you're trying to get the tickets to the HF Festival back in the day. Did you even refresh on the website? I remember hanging out in front of the Funko Land across the street from Springfield Mall. Right? And then Best Buy came to town, and that Funko Land went to shit. It went away. Never to be seen from again. I used to go in there and play GameCube games for hours. It was the best. We'll never have it back. Life sucks. All right, here's how it works. You're going to hit the like button. I'm going to give you 4 hours of good shit. If you want to support the show, there are easy ways to do it. Some of them cost money. Some of them don't cost money. The easiest way is to check the chat on YouTube. If you're watching on X, we're doing a good number on X. I think those numbers are bullshit. I love X, but I think your streaming numbers are bullshit. Elon, just like your record in that video game, far be it from me to criticize your launching rockets into the stratosphere, up off the flat earth, and then catching them again in your warm embrace. So if you want to bullshit about your score in World of Warcraft or EverQuest or whatever the fuck that is, I don't give a rat's ass. The people that are up in their emotions about Elon paying to have a character leveled up, we'd all do it. We'd all do it. But I don't think his X numbers, as far as the numbers, they say right now there's 180 people watching on X. I don't believe that. But if you are, come over to YouTube. If you're on Facebook, come over to YouTube, because everything counts on YouTube. You send a super chat, it goes up on the screen. You drop a like, it helps me. You drop a like on those other places, it really don't do much for me. I'm really just over there just fucking throwing catnip at a bunch of feral fucking, trying to get them to come up. Anyway, the best way for you to support this show today is easy. And if you do it, not only do you score yourself something special, but then you also move us towards a major announcement. We sell 70 of these. That's a lot. Can we sell 70 Chad Dukes the world? I'm definitely not ripping off Tecmo Bowl with this shirt. You zoom in on it. It's absolutely fantastic. Big verbal nod goes out to my guy, Brian Bustees. Killed it on this, the design. It's the Tecmo Super Bowl. Definitely has nothing to do with the game, but it's got the date on it. This episode, this tee is only available from 2 to 6 today on Friday. You look at the sleeve, it's got the little logo. It's perfect. Dare I say, it's perfect. Much like E-Rock's shirt. There is a link in the description of this episode. There is a link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Get yourself one of these tees. If we move 70 of them, look, I see very generous people are sending $20 super chats, $50 super chats. That's great. That's great. Please continue to do that. But if you want something back for your investment, snag one of those bad boys. Every fucking time I go on NFL Shop or Fanatics, t-shirts are $40. What has happened? What t-shirt is worth $40? Maybe this one, but I don't have the balls to charge you for it. So head on over there, grab that link. It's at the top of the chat. It's in the description. We get to 70, there will be a monster announcement. Well, I think it's a monster announcement before 6 o'clock today. Let me set it up. Let me set the table. Then we'll get caught up with your super chats, your Venmos, all the fun stuff. If you Venmo me, we deny Google and Apple what they're trying to do to all of us, which is rape and pillage brigandage. You guys know what brigandage is? Burning villages, raping women. What movie? Anybody knows what movie? You'll be in the Shootster's good graces if you know. We got a big one for you today. At the bottom of the hour today, first hour, top of the show, 2 o'clock hour, Ben Volin, Boston Globe. Mike Vrabel is the head coach of your Boston Patriots. That's right. Vrabes, who was cast out by statistically the worst franchise in the National Football League. You can say that because they have the number 1 overall pick. Tennessee Titans said, no, thank you. You're a big aggro man that knows football. You got to get out of here. We're more interested in equations and losing. Derrick Henry, you are a dinosaur from a bygone era. A.J. Brown, go read your books on the sideline in Philadelphia. Feh. 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. Feh. So somehow the New England Patriots were one of the worst teams in football the past couple of years, and Vrabel's in a much better spot while he's there. I will say this, and I'm going to ask Ben Volin the second he comes on. I'm not in favor. That is way too much ankle. That is vastly more ankle, more dude ankle than I ever want to see. I don't know what this trend is. First of all, those look like jeggings. I don't know what's going on with men. This is a big, strong fucking alpha male. What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are the hard shoes? Where are the socks? Where are the slacks? This man can do whatever he likes. I think he's going to be great. I think Drake May is going to be great. They got the 4th overall pick. They got $130 million in cap space. But I am seeing too much ankle. And is he trimming those ankles up? I know a lot of dudes that would need to trim the ankles up to pull off a look like that. So, Ben Volin at the bottom of the hour. Oh, Aaron Kenny is in the chat. Aaron Kenny, I owe you money, my friend, because Aaron Kenny is responsible for this. I mean, that looks way too good for what I'm doing here. I'm just sitting in my basement having fucking walking pneumonia, wearing yellow glasses. Thank you, Aaron. And there is a commission coming your way, my friend. Thank you for getting that turned around for me. Cannon Hotep is in the building. Thank you so much, Cannon. Good to see you. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. CDVTW for the win indeed, my friend. Jeffrey Schools is paying his fat tax. Hey, I don't make the rules, but if you weigh over 240 pounds, you owe something on the barrelhead if you're going to watch this show. That's $1.99. You weigh over 240, I'll wait for you to go step on the scale. Maybe you had a rough week, stopped off at fucking Five Guys on the way home once or twice. I understand. We've all been there. Maybe you had 7 beers when you should have only had 2, feeling a little bloated. If you're over 240 and you're in that chat, I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Thank you, Jeffrey Schools. So, Ben Volin on the show. In the 3 o'clock hour, my buddy Big Dane Aye Mayne, back on the program, Commanders fan extraordinaire. Going to ask him about Jayden. Going to ask him about whether or not he feels. There is a lot of, if you are in the chat and being active, are you seeing as many chesty Commanders fans as I am? I understand playing with house money. I understand feeling like you already accomplished something because you fucking did. And you don't just have the rookie of the year. You have, in my opinion, at no best, 3rd place in the MVP voting. I would say 3rd best is probably where I would put Jayden Daniels. And if somebody wanted to come in and say he's number 1 because nobody's elevating their team more than he is right now, not even Josh Allen, I'd sit down. I would sit Indian style, crisscross applesauce, spider crawling up your back. I'd listen to that fucking argument. So I understand feeling good in the neighborhood, going to get yourself a $9.99 chicken sandwich with all you can eat French fries and free Pepsi refills at Applebee's. Good in the neighborhood about what has been accomplished this year. But wow, do I see a lot of Commanders fans feeling very confident going into what is probably the 2nd most difficult place to play in all the NFL, because I just can't give it to anybody else but Arrowhead Stadium while we sit here. Yo, Tom G, $4.99. Excuse me. $49.99 super chat. Good God. What did I do to deserve this, my friend? Thank you so much for the support. I'm over here now. You know what, Tom? For that type of generosity, what I want you to do is I want you to light up a cigar and enjoy yourself.
Sooner or later, you're going to try a White Owl, and when you do, we got you. Maybe we'll get you with the Great White Owl flavor, or the mildness, or one of the Great White Owl shapes, like this, New Yorker. But we're going to get you. You know we're going to get you. It's only a matter of time. And then we're going to get him, White Al. We're going to get him. White Al. We're going to get you.
Look, I know that Bill Cosby has slightly fallen out of favor in popular culture for a multitude of reasons, but I think commercials would be better if they were more like that. Enjoy a cigar on me. Enjoy a White Owl on me, Tom G. We got you. We got you for that $49.99. And unfortunately, everybody that drops a $49.99 super chat is going to have to watch that video. So be very careful and judicious with your funds if you're going to decide you want to do that. Bobby Double L, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That Chad Dukes is one handsome piece of ass. Hot piece tax. That hashtag doesn't get a lot of clicks. The traffic on that one is down in regards to me, but I'm not going to look a gift hog in the mouth. Thank you, Bobby Double L. And thank you for being here. We're going to take you till 6 unless the internet gives out or the stroke. The event finally kicks in. Oh, boy. Holy shit. Look at this. Bobby Double L also gifted 20. Chad Duke Show gifted 20. There is a link in the description of this video. Click it. Make sure you have accept gifted memberships turned on. We have a shitload of back content on this YouTube channel. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of episodes of Solid Dudes. All kinds of shit. I do Chad Duke Show tapings over here from time to time. If you have a membership, they're only $4.99 a month. You can grab one if you want. If not, just fucking turn on accept gifted memberships and Bobby Double L is going to baptize you in the holy waters of Lake Titicaca. To what do I owe this generosity, Bobby? That is 20 memberships. Everybody make it fucking rain. Shoot it into the ceiling fan. Thank you, Bobby. All right. So, Dane's coming on. We're going to talk a lot of Commanders. If you guys want to get involved in the chat, that would be great. At the 4 o'clock hour, I'm bringing on a silly money. I don't know how long he'll be on, but Johnny Cakes Auville from the fabulously successful Sports Junkies, the uncancelable Sports Junkies, and God bless them for it. May they broadcast for as long as they want to broadcast. But Cax is going to come on, and I'm sure we'll talk about Judas Priest, multitude of other things. I found a link. I don't want to blow my load here, but I found a link for those of you that have been listening for a long time. Back when we were doing the Big O and Dukes show on 106.7 WJFK, Washington's talk superstation, greater than 106.7 The Fan. Anybody that was there will tell you. Anybody that was there would tell you. We didn't have any World Series wins and we didn't have any Stanley Cup wins, but we had comedic radio, hot talk radio, guy radio on the air in the District of Columbia. That doesn't exist any longer. It's a better time. Donna Mike, Howard Stern, O&A, Sports Junkies, Grease, man. Don't. I'm getting all fucking choked up just talking about it. Somehow, I don't remember. I think we were doing evenings, the only way we got away with this. I don't think people were paying attention at the time. We had a guy show up at the back of the radio station, and he literally rolled up a hot dog machine vending machine. It was a big fucking machine that you would feed $1 into, and you could get a regular all beef hot dog. You could get a half smoke. You could get a kielbasa, and it would spit this thing out in a warm bun. And he had it loaded up and said, you guys can have as many as you want. It was one of the most pornographic things I've ever seen for a plethora of piñatas. And last night I was drunk. I was hammered. I was looking at all these videos and shit that I wanted to talk about. Oh, these texts is the guy here. Yo, I'm closing the door, Hoffman. I had all of these fucking videos that I wanted to watch, and one of the ones that I stumbled across was an actual video, because this hot dog machine is gone. But apparently it was very prolific here in the DC area. I found a video from 2008 or so, which is when we would have been here doing that show, of this hot dog machine. And I want to show it to Cakes Auville and ask him if he remembers us doing that, because I think I had 5 or 6 fucking hot dogs in one sitting, if memory serves. And that would explain this pain in my chest. Spider Clem, $20. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for all these super chats. Don't get intimidated by these high rollers. They're good people. They mean well. But if you want to send a $2 super chat, just be a part of the conversation, all goes to the same place. All the hoses are going into the same pool. Shooderific Fur Day. I assume you mean Friday. Balmy 40 degrees too. Is it, Spider Clamp? Because nothing is melting. It's been the same brick ice in my driveway. I made the mistake. Such a lazy heifer. So when it snowed, I knew it was going to snow again. So I went out and I shoveled the walk and I shoveled a path up to my wife's SUV and I salted it all real good, but I didn't shovel the whole driveway because I knew it was going to snow again. And that fucked me because by the time it snowed again, the shit underneath it had turned to ice. And I went out there and I'm trying to chisel it up with the plastic fucking snow shovel. And now it's Hoff out there. I got ATSTs fucking rolling up on my position in my driveway. And I look just white trash. Everybody else in my neighborhood can handle it. There's not one driveway that's still bricked up with ice like mine. So if you're telling me it's 40, that would do some good around this neck of the woods. By the way, whatever happened to Mr. 40 from the Donna Mike show? Does anybody got a file on Mr. 40? I can't be the only one that remembers Mr. 40. Thank you, Clamp. Aaron Kenny, thank you. Baltimore Tax Page shirt ordered. Come on, man. We got so much stuff to get to. All you got to do is order 70 shirts. That's not a lot to ask, is it? In this climate? I want to sell as many shirts as Flog and Molly does when they come to town. That's reasonable, right? For a 46-year-old canceled disc jockey. Not too much to ask. Click that link. Top of the chat. Bustles, where are my updates? I know you're just sitting there whacking the bag to old Tony Banks highlight videos. Are there any Tony Banks highlight videos? Tony Banks played for, help me out, the Rams, the Ravens, and the Redskins. Did he play for the Titans? Were they the Oilers? What are all the teams that Tony Banks played for in the NFL? And is Brian Busty's whacking the bag to highlight videos of his time with the Baltimore Ravens? These are the questions I demand answers to today on the program. Put the work in, people. Get to grinding. Thank you, Aaron Kenny, and thank you for ordering a shirt. I got to tighten up Ho from Zach Hatfield. Hey, the world is our oyster, man. We got some Tony Montana shit going on over here. #1 overall pick, worst quarterbacking fucking class that we've seen since the Josh Rosen days. They're going to take Cam Ward. We all know how that goes. He's going to fail miserably. It's just a banner fucking year. They're going to fumble the goddamn general manager position. All the fun stuff. All the fun things that you want whenever Shoode roots for a team. That's what I bring with me. I bring pestilence and scourge. Jeff Scholes, boy, that Cosby ad hits different in 2025. I don't think that it does. I'm going to make I got to finish setting up the show. Johnny Cakes Auville at 4, and then Dylan Narang is joining us at 5. And if you don't know who that is, it's fine. He's a movie director, and he directed a movie that I am in. It is called Tapawingo. We filmed it, excuse me, during COVID, which sounds like I have again. 3.5 years ago. I think it's 4 years ago this summer. 4 years ago this summer. It's comedy. Stars John Hadehairboy, Billy Zane, John Ratzenberger. Bunch of great people are in this fucking thing. And your pal's got a fairly significant role. We have an update. We have what I would like to say is the biggest update. If you'd like to see the trailer, it is on YouTube. Just type in Tapawingo Film. Or you can go to Instagram and check out Tapawingo Film. It's on there too. I think the trailer is there. We'll play it when Dylan comes on. But we have a monster announcement. And one of the things I had lunch today with Mr. Dylan Narang. We went to Ned's New England deck because I'm a fancy man. And we were talking about, he was talking about Roman Polanski, and it's like there's movies I enjoy of his, but like I get twisted up because he's a monster. And I'm like, well, I think as human beings, especially in this hyperly charged political, like George Clooney does not agree with a lot of the shit that I agree with politically, right? And if I was as hysterical as the rest of you motherfuckers, I'd be calling him horrible names and saying, I just am going to realize that I'm not going to not enjoy Michael Clayton because George Clooney is politically very different from me, right? from dusk till dawn, still kicks an acre of ass, whether or not. And a lot of people don't make that choice. And you go further down the road, you get to guys like Bill Cosby, guys like I'm not gonna not listen to Bill Cosby himself because of what ultimately he was responsible for. That's why I can play that fucking White Owl commercial and laugh with my teeth out and not have any guilt about it whatsoever. Largemouth ass is dropping bombs. I saw Chesty Commander at the Stone Pony. That's funny, Jason. Yo, largemouth ass, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please turn on accept gifted memberships. We're going to have a whole bunch of new members here for the Chad Duke Show YouTube channel. Go check out the back catalog. There's a shitload of funny shows on there. Here's a show to start off with. We did an episode of Solid Dudes where I had one of my guys that I host the show with. Many of you that subscribe know him. His name is Anthony, the Ant-Man. We had him draw a map of Middle Earth on the back of my corpulent producer, Jim Jester, who Drab T-shirt will not hire back to 106.7 The Fan. COVID came, and Drab T-shirt used that as an opportunity to weed out Jim Jester and got promoted for it, from what I hear. Congratulations. Thank you, largemouth ass. You're the man. I will see you on the 22nd for the Scary Octopus 1-year anniversary. Jason Merrill with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. Just got a Toyota Tacoma ad when I paused the stream. Never searched for pickup trucks, so it's got to be YouTube effing with you. Jason, I didn't realize you were poor. Thank you for the super chat, but do me a favor. Send me a Venmo request. I'm going to send you the $10 so you can sign up for YouTube Premium. I can't believe how many of you raise your hand if you're in the chat and you still see ads. Let me know. Oh, shit. Is Ben here? Oh, I forgot. He's coming a little early. Jason, thank you. We'll get to the rest of these super chats. We'll get caught up. My buddy Ben Volin's here, and he's got a hard out, though, so let us get to him. Ben, thank you so much for joining me today. How are you, brother?
Chad, what's up, dude?
Well, I have to imagine this. I mean, Boston has been kind of the center of the sports universe for a very long time. The Celtics winning championships, and then there's a dynasty for the football team, the Red Sox winning championships, and Tim Tebow shows up. And then it kind of cooled off a little, I feel. And now with this whole thing with the quarterback and the draft pick and Vrabel, who's the hottest, it just feels like you're kind of getting back to normal, at least with the football team. Does everyone there react the same way to Vrabel? The fan base seems to be into it. There's been a lot of allegations about Gerard Mayo only getting 1 year, but I certainly haven't heard a bunch of players coming out and saying you made a huge mistake moving on from this guy. Just give me the timber of how the market has been responding to all this change this offseason.
Yeah, I would agree that the arrow is definitely pointing up for the Patriots. And it's not like we're back to normal yet because we're watching the divisional playoffs this weekend. And it's been 5 years since the Patriots have been in this spot. And, this used to be their birthright for over a decade where you could just pencil them in to the AFC Championship game every year. And now they're picking in the top 5 for 2 years in a row. So it's a very, weird space that they're in. But hiring Vrabel, I think, goes a long way to just reestablishing credibility. We'll see how it all turns out. I don't know if he's like a magic maker or anything like that, but he's a real coach, with a real resume, a real history of success. And he was just cut from the cloth to be the Patriots head coach. He's a franchise legend, won 3 Super Bowls here. Brings that no nonsense approach. He has the Belichick in him, but he can, instead of just trying to be Bill, Mike Vrabel is kind of like the new Belichick 2.0. He can advance all the culture things that Belichick brought to the Patriots, but now put his own face on it. And you have Vrabel, you've got Drake May, who had a very promising rookie season. You've got the number 4 pick. You've got cap space. The arrow is definitely pointing up in New England, but it's all theoretical right now. They've still got to get a lot more talent around Drake May. They've got to figure out the draft because even this, it was always convenient to blame Belichick for the bad drafting, but now this past year they had another bad draft and Belichick was gone. So they've got to really improve the roster and improve the personnel here. But Vrabel, along with Drake May, just brings so much credibility to the Patriots.
Do we agree? Because I'm a fan of Vrabes, and I do think it's the right move, and I do like everything you're talking about here. This is too much ankle. It's the winter months. He's in a very cold area. I don't know if there's some shaving going on there, but has anyone addressed this in the publicity photos? There seems to be a definite the presence of no-shows to me is a little concerning here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the modern man right here. You got the sneakers with the suit, joggers are big now. I'm a big jogger guy. He's got the thin beard. Like, this is today's modern man. Like,
I guess,
he's probably rocking a lot of quarter zip sweaters, Also, I'm a 43-year-old man, so that's a big part of my wardrobe.
Sure.
So I just think, this is this is what a man entails in today's modern society. So I think Vrabel's got it down.
Especially a man that report from Diana Rossini always rattles around in my head that he was too big and too intimidating for some people. That's maybe why he didn't get sniffs. It is strange, Ben, that we went an entire coaching cycle. I know the timing was kind of off, and guys like Belichick got one interview with Atlanta. Nobody spoke to Vrabel. He ends up consulting with the Browns in a tragic year, and then Pete Carroll goes that. What was going on last year were all of these guys that seem to be interviewing everywhere and hot commodities now. And we're talking about, UNC taking the $10 million, and why isn't Belichick posted on Instagram? We're just waiting for him to leave. What changed from last year to this year, do you think?
Well, each person is its own case. I think for Vrabel, who did have one or two interviews for the 7 vacancies last year, he wasn't totally shut out. But I think, when you get fired from one team and the MO is that you're difficult to work with, and the people in Tennessee will also point out, or they'll contend that as Vrabel got more power with the organization, the team got worse. That they're at his best when he inherited a team. So I just think last year maybe owners were a little scared off by the fact that he had a reputation of being pretty difficult to work with. And this year, the difference is that the Patriots were desperate. I think the Patriots were caught off guard last year. I don't think they expected Vrabel to be available, and it would have been very expensive for them to have to buy out Gerard Mayo in addition to Bill Belichick, and then hire Mike Vrabel last year. So I think they were willing to give Mayo a chance, but really only 1 year. And I think they realized pretty quickly that that wasn't the answer. And so it seems like this thing with Patriots to the Vrabel to the Patriots has been done for weeks. Like, they've already had it in place, and they just kind of reverse engineered it to make it look good. But as for Belichick, it's a function of his age and some of the same things as Vrabel, known as very difficult to work with, and wants total control. And how many organizations are willing to do that? Like the Atlanta Falcons, the owner wanted Bill Belichick, but no one else in the organization did, because you bring in Bill and you're probably going to be making a lot of changes to the front office. And I give Arthur Blank credit. He sided with his own people instead of choosing Bill Belichick. But, I'm not totally surprised to see Belichick having to go to North Carolina. There's only 32 of these NFL teams, and 73-year-old coaches. That's a little bit of a tough selling point, especially with the way that things ended for him in New England.
I was reading about I like to read the coverage there, because being as someone that talked about the Redskins, then the football team, and I blissfully was gone before they became the Commanders, but the coverage in the market is always vastly different than the outside voices, as you know, Ben. Is it really a thing that because Drake May was getting engaged and on vacation, he wasn't in Mike Vrabel's introductory press conference, that people are questioning his commitment to the team? Is that really a thing people are talking about up there?
It was a talking point. One of the radio shows up here had spent a long time on it. So
I would have.
Here's the full content. I mean, hey, there's 4 hours to film.
Sure.
So I get it. But the context was, so Drake's been not only was he a nice surprise on the field, but he's been great off the field. He's been very pleasant to deal with at press conferences, very accountable with all of his answers. Like he goes to community events. There's been no issues at all with Drake May. At the end of the season, so week 18 against Buffalo, Drake plays one series. They get him out of there. Joe Milton comes in, plays the rest of the game, plays pretty darn well, I have to say, and opens some eyes. And Drake, after the game, quietly slipped out of the locker room, didn't talk to anyone. Okay, fine, that happens. The next day was locker cleanout day, and Drake didn't show up to that either. And that's the last day of the year to talk to media. Drake is the starting quarterback. He's the team leader. Almost every other guy was there talking to reporters. Drake May should have been there to talk at the end of the year. That's what a leader does. And to me, it made me wonder if maybe something was just off with Drake and the team a little bit. Like maybe he was a little ticked off about how things went in that last game and that Joe Milton played, or just he wasn't happy about where the coaching situation was headed. I just had some questions about, is Drake May a little ticked off at the team? Then we see, and then a week later, he doesn't show up. There are a couple players at Gerard Mayo's, at Mike Vrabel's press conference. The whole organization comes out. A couple of the team captains come out. Drake May is not at that press conference either. So I didn't make a big deal of it, but you take note of it. Then it comes out. He posts on Instagram. He got engaged. He went away probably to some Caribbean island to do so. So obviously, congrats to Drake May. Probably just a case of he had this trip planned. He got out of Dodge as soon as possible. To me, that doesn't excuse him not talking at the end of the year. I still think that's what he has to do as a leader, but certainly understand why he wasn't at Vrabel's press conference the other day. He had other things going on. So
that's interesting.
So a lot of that is kind of maybe much ado about nothing, but he should have spoken at the end of the year. That was a dereliction of his duty as a team leader.
The Milton thing. First of all, the tweet that always rings with me after, if people forget, he went crazy at the end of the year, and it was kind of that Lovie Smith deal where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna. First of all, did Gerard Mayo know that he was going to get shown the door, and was that intentional? And then Milton goes out there, and I forgot somebody who tweeted it, but they said he looks like Anthony Richardson was supposed to look like, which I thought was an amazing description. I know it's crazy, but he looked good in the preseason. You and I talked about it on my football show. Is there a market for him? Do you try to spin him off for picks? And then did Gerard Mayo know that he was going to get the shaft? And was this one last, I'm going to stick it up your tailpipe and screw you over for this first overall pick before I hit the door?
So I don't think Gerard Mayo knew for sure that he was getting fired. Certainly didn't know it was going to happen. I mean, it happened like 45 minutes after the game ended.
Right.
It was right away. They did not waste any time, which I think was all about a race to get Mike Vrabel. Vrabel made it. I think Vrabel put the pressure on the Patriots, and they didn't waste any time. I don't think Mayo knew. I think maybe he had an inkling before the game. Adam Schefter went on ESPN and said, it's leaning towards he's going to be out. So I'm sure someone passed that along to Gerard Mayo. So I'm sure it didn't catch him totally by surprise. But it's not like he, beat the Bills as one final, FU to the Crafts, because he played stringers. It just so happens that Joe Milton is a lot better than the other team's third stringers. So I think I think the timing of it caught Mayo by surprise, but he probably sensed that it was a possibility with just how poorly the season went for him. And, with Joe Milton, I think the Patriots definitely hope to build some more buzz for him during next preseason and be able to trade him at some point, to another team that needs a quarterback, or who knows? I mean, Drake May still has a lot to prove. What if he gets hurt? The Patriots, can play Milton and he gets his chance. Like, I think the Patriots have a very intriguing quarterback depth chart with two guys who can play in Drake May and Joe Milton. And, with Milton, the real question is, how does a guy with his physical talent fall to the sixth round? He's 6'5", throws the ball 100 yards, has an insane arm, does standing backflips, can run, is a great athlete. So how does that guy fall to the sixth round? And I think you have to, it's one thing to do it in one game, but does he have the temperament to be a starting quarterback? Does he have the consistency to be able to do it? I think those are the questions he has to answer. But his talent, his physical talent, is just off the charts. And I think Drake May should be a little bit worried. The fact that Drake May was number 3 pick, I'm sure it saves him in his job. But man, Tom Brady never liked having competition, never liked giving up snaps, even in practice. And now you've got this guy behind you who's just a physical freak in Joe Milton. And he played one game and he looked pretty darn good, even though playing against backups. So it's a very intriguing quarterback situation for the Patriots, that they've got both those guys now under contract for 3 more years. So they don't have to do anything now for a while.
The thing about that too is for the Packers, first of all, Joe Milton's got that asses and seats factor too, where like I like Bo Nix is a great quarterback, but like I gotta pay all this money. I have to see Bo Nix throw this 7-yard dig or the swing pass. Like there's guys that Jayden's got it where it's like, oh my god, what is he gonna do next? When Jordan Love rushed to get back because Malik Willis was throwing for 180 yards a game and the Packers were winning 3 in a row or whatever, it just reminded me of what you said. It reminded me of the Garoppolo factor. Here locally, it's Jeff George and Brad Johnson when Dan Snyder goes out and pays all that money and ruins that whole super team. It is wild, though. We lose perspective on these Johnny football heroes with the square jaw and throw for 4,000 yards a season. They're going to be feel just as dubious about someone coming up behind them as anybody in any other business. So it's a good point. Would they ever consider let's leave it like this. Drake May's the starting quarterback, $130 million around there in cap space. They got the number 4 overall draft pick. How does the offseason progress? How many wins is Vrabel alone worth? Like, how much wood are we talking about chopping this offseason?
I think there's no excuses for them not to be at least like an 8-win team next year. They could have been that this year with better coaching. They had the worst roster in the league. They still won 4 games, and they had several games where they're in it at the end, and they just blew the game management or they fell apart at the end. But they easily could have had like with Belichick this year, this team was 8-9, and that's probably their ceiling. But Vrabel had a great quote in his opening press conference. He's like, we just want to get to a point where we take advantage of bad football. And if you can just take advantage of the other team's bad football, you can get to 8-9. And then you make a couple plays and boom, with 7 teams now making the playoffs, like you can be competitive through an 18-week schedule. So with hiring Vrabel, no more, you've got a credible coach. You've got a quality young quarterback. No more like 4-win excuses next year. You've got to improve significantly. And you want to see markers too. You want to see the team play well coming out of its bye week. You want to see them play their best football of the season in December. You want to see things that are bad in September getting better throughout the season. That was just not the case with Gerard Mayo. And in fact, most of the things went the wrong way, the other way under him. So the Patriots will not be a legitimate contender for at least 2 more years. And that's if they hit on a lot of picks. But for Vrabel to be worth his salt, they've got to be at least in the wild card hunt next year.
Let's talk a little bit about the playoffs while I have you. I know you got a heart out. Ben Volin for the Boston Globe joins me. Kickoff, Ford Field, set for 8 p.m. You get Lions, Commanders. Lions 7-2 on their home field in this past season. The line is 9 and a hook, and they are getting guys back. They're getting David Montgomery back. They're getting guys in their secondary back. And we've got a lot of Commanders fans that are feeling themselves right now down here, and with good reason. I said Jayden Daniels on my list would be no lower than the 3rd MVP votes getting, because he's doing something that not every quarterback does, and that's raising everybody around him. There's a lot of quarterbacks that exist in a system and they can perform, but he's doing what Lamar Jackson does and, what's going on in Buffalo. And I don't know how. I don't know how he's doing it in his rookie year, and he's an X factor. And if they're in a 1-score game in the 4th quarter, you'd be a damn fool to bet against Washington. But I think they got to score. I think they got to score 45 if they're going to go out there and beat the Lions. And I don't think they can do that with they have both those backs and all those weapons and that insane pregame that they do and all the lights in the crowd. Like I've never seen a homemade. It looks like Vegas when they play football now. That spread is there for a reason. What's your vibe on Washington going into Detroit?
Yeah, Chad, I'm a DC guy at heart, and watching all the highlights this week of the 91 NFC Championship game and the Darrell Green pick 6, man, it brings back some awesome memories. The thing with the Commanders, man, they sure feel like they're touched by magic this year. It's like the Hail Mary win, and like every bounce seems to be going their way. I think they're 9-4 and maybe 10-4 now in 1-score games. Like Jayden Daniels definitely has the magic. Obviously, though, the thing that really concerns me about the Lions, not only, as you mentioned, the home field advantage thing is real there.
Nutty.
Just the vibe. You can't account for how the Lions are going to do coming out of the bye, with all the pressure. Like, they've never been in this spot before as the number 1 seed. That said, Dan Campbell and that coaching staff all year have had a target on their back, and they have done such a good job of getting their team ready to play each week and exceeding expectations and dealing with the pressure. Like, everyone knew the Lions, the Lions came in this year with everyone expecting them to play great, and they did. And I think that is a really tough thing for a team that's never really done that and been in that spot before. It's a great sign that when it was, put up or shut up time, Jared Goff and those guys had the best season of their career. So I would if you're the Commanders, I mean, you've got to expect the Lions are going to be sharp coming out of this bye. They're going to have a great plan of attack. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn isn't going to be affected by the head coaching jobs that they had all last week, that they're going to be focused, ready to go. The one other thing that can provide hope for the Commanders is the Lions' 2 losses this year have both come at home. And their defense, they have suffered a lot of injuries this year. And when you play in a dome and the weather is fine and all the circumstances are good, like, maybe the Lions defense can be gotten a little bit, as opposed to maybe outdoors in a weather game, maybe they hold up a little bit better. So the Lions have lost both of their games at home this year, but I tend to agree with you that line is as big as it is for a reason. The Commanders defense, I'm not fully on board with them yet. And I see their magical run coming to an end, but what a season and what a start to the Jayden Daniels era. And what a great sight to see the Commanders organization back and on top and succeeding again. It's been a long time coming.
One of the things that was fun about covering, like, Robert Griffin III brought fans for the limited amount of time he was here that, would never have paid attention to Washington. And I think they're going to lose, but I also think they can go to Detroit and take it to them and score a bunch of points. And Jayden can look like Jade and Terry can look like Terry, and Austin Eckler breaks one. Like, I think you can do a lot to kind of win back what Washington, what it is, Ben. It's not just, there's been so much lost over the 20, 25 years. And you just say, well, we've had a good season, we're back, baby. It's like, no. Look at FedEx Field when the Eagles come to town or the Broncos come to town, the Cowboys. Like, you need to win that battle back. And they won in front of the hometown crowd this year. They won excitingly. They had young, exciting players. So I think you can still accomplish a lot playing with house money, is I think the way you're describing it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good spot for the Commanders, finally getting into the playoff, like, primetime window Saturday night. The whole country's going to be watching the Commanders. They're going to see the remarkable turnaround they've made in just 1 year with the ownership, the coach, the quarterback, just all kinds of positive change for that franchise. Yeah, you've got to prevent the Eagles from taking over your stadium, and you've got to start winning some division titles, but one step at a time. And this year was a huge step for that organization. And, now the challenge they're going to face is maintaining it moving forward. But they've got an incredible piece in Jayden Daniels. So Commanders, couldn't ask for a better season from that organization.
More likely to be a starting quarterback for the Tennessee Titans in 2025, Aaron Rodgers or Cam Ward?
The Titans draft 1, right? So
1 overall. We're the best, baby.
Yeah, so it ain't going to be Rodgers or Sam Darnold. It's not going to be anything like that. It's going to be Cam Ward or I don't know. I haven't really gone through the process yet, but yeah, Titans are definitely looking at the quarterback. The number 2 team is the Browns. They're looking at a quarterback. Number 3, Giants. That might be the first pressure point. Is there a third quarterback that goes there? What happens? And then obviously the Raiders are going to want a quarterback. The Jets want one. The Saints. There's a lot of teams they're going to want a quarterback this year. The Patriots at 4 are hoping they can trade down. That's going to be a prime spot for a team that maybe wants to overdraft a quarterback.
If Travis Hunter's there, though, you got to take him, though, right? I mean, if you want to start getting weapons for your young quarterback.
Yes and no. I mean, Travis Hunter is a tremendous player, but I just think the Patriots are so many players away that, you can still get a very good receiver in the second round. And if you can trade down a few spots, pick up a left tackle or another receiver, like, there are other players. The Patriots need picks more than they need just one top 5 player.
Last question for you. I know you got a heart out. Thank you for the time today, Ben. Always appreciate you catching up. Take the entire field, whether it's in the Super Bowl, an NFC team, or it's one of the 2 teams they're going to face after they whoop up on the Houston Texans, because I don't think that's going to be close. What's the team left in the tournament that has the best shot at knocking off Kansas City and stopping the 3-peat?
I mean, how about the Buffalo Bills? They've already beat them once this year. 10-point win. Josh Allen has gone into Kansas City and won just in the regular season, not in the playoffs. Obviously, they've got to get past the Ravens first, but if they can, I think the Bills could definitely pull off that upset. But I'm not counting on it either. I mean, we've seen this movie a million times with the Chiefs. They don't look like they have the best roster. The offense is struggling. But when you have a good defense and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce, like, how do you bet against those guys?
Difficult to do. And Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen have played like MVPs their entire career and hadn't been enough to beat them the past 3 years. Thank you so much, Ben. At Ben Volin, of course, on X and the Boston Globe, bostonglobe.com. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the time today.
Hey, always a pleasure, Chad. Thanks, man.
It's my guy coming on the show forever. Very cool. I don't think the Bills can get it done. I think part of me says the Ravens can get it done. I know the Bills have a healthy rushing attack too, but the formula with Baltimore just makes more sense. They have to have a lead going into the second half. I don't think there's anybody left. And you know how much it pains me to compliment any type of a Baltimore football or baseball, or they don't have any other franchise, any type of a sporting endeavor in Charm City. But if Baltimore can be up 10-7 or 13-10, 17-13, going into the second half, I don't think there's a defense left in the tournament that can handle Lamar and King Henry running downhill with them with a lead, where they're not forced to pass the ball. I don't look like Zay Flowers is going to play, so that's your formula anyway. But if the Ravens can figure out how 2-point lead, 3-point lead, they're not playing from behind, they're rushing the football in the second half, you start to get tired. These are two guys that don't gas. Subconsciously, these linebackers and these fucking safeties and corners, like, I'm tired of this big motherfucker running over me. I'm tired of his size 15 cleat being in the center of the small of my back. I don't think the Lions have the defense to do it. The Eagles, I don't think the Eagles are going to get there. I think their coach is a buffoon. They're letting their players read books on the sidelines. I got thoughts on that. I've been wanting to talk about that all week. I know that story's kind of old now, but I've got thoughts. I want to share them later. Might do it when Cakes is on. Might do it when Dane's on. I think it's got to come from the AFC side of the equation. So I think that means Baltimore wins in Buffalo. They go on the road with the MV3 and they figure out a way to keep it. Maybe if they're down 2, like, I wouldn't want to be down more than 3. I don't want to be down more than 3 to Patrick Mahomes going into the second half. But that's the path to victory, in my opinion. Jason, thank you for the super chat. I forgot about that. Let's get caught up. Thank you for all the super chats, by the way. You guys have been incredibly generous. Have you ordered your shirts yet, you craven cowards? You milksops. You Philistines. How much time do I have left? Go to the top of the chat. Click the link. Look in the description in the bio. Get yourself a Chad Dukes versus the World event shirt. It's for today. It's got the date on it. We're definitely not ripping off Tecmo Bowl. Do not report me to Tecmo. Does Tecmo still exist? We sell 70 of these. I have a big announcement, and I just got an update. We're not close. We are nowhere close. So right now, the announcement is safe. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just got a text from Buzz Tees. He said, had to clean up after the Tony Banks highlight reel. You've only sold 25 shirts. You're washed up. Also, I'm busting out the 2001 clips of the 1998 People's Magazine Sexiest Athlete Alive, Elvis Gerback. Go back and look at those Elvis Gerback stats at the Kansas City Chiefs before he got signed. That's pretty goddamn impressive. Lucky Win says, what is this? I can't believe you're back. I love it. I ain't gone nowhere. I ain't been gone. You just found me again, Lucky Wins. Welcome. Get yourself a gifted membership and check out the back catalog. Peruse. Hit the like button. Are we at 200 likes? Are we at 300 likes? How many likes do we have? Foot's not leg. You're in charge of the likes. We get to 250 likes by 4 o'clock or I'm shutting this son of a bitch down. Joseph Liston. Oh, my stars and garters. You know what that means, Joseph? You know what that means. If you're going to go ahead and be this generous, I'm going to have to buy you a cigar, a Cuban cigar, and I have the perfect pitch man for it.
Sooner or later, you're going to try a White Owl, and when you do, We got you. Maybe we'll get you with the Great White Owl flavor or the mildness, or one of the Great White Owl shapes, like this, New Yorker. But we're going to get you. You know we're going to get you. It's only a matter of time, and then we're going to get him, White Owl. We're going to get him. White Owl. We're going to get you.
That cigar is for you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Playing Heart without my permission, goddamn YouTube. YouTube knows that I want Heart to play in my subconscious at all times. I don't know how they know that about me. I want to see the algorithm. I want to see what type of information harvest they've got going on. Who should the Browns draft? Well, sir, the Browns are in a bit of a pickle because they have Deshaun Watson, who I believe blew out his Achilles. Is it an Achilles or an ACL with Deshaun Watson? So he will not be available, and they still have a Brinks truck filled of unmarked bills to get to him. So you would think that drafting a quarterback is the way to go. But are either one of these quarterbacks? See, here's the problem. None of these picks where these quarterback starving teams are picking, including the Tennessee Titans, I don't think they're worthy. I don't think they're worthy of Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward. And there's a couple of guys creeping up the board, but Cleveland's got number 2. I think you take Abdul Carter. I think you take best player available. I think that makes the most sense. Then maybe you go out and a Jimmy Garoppolo is available. There's a fucking Gardner Minshew type that's available to go out there, and maybe Joe Flacco. What was the fucking contract that Joe Flacco signed with the Indianapolis Colts? In retrospect, of course, they shouldn't have traded for fucking Deshaun Watson to begin with, giving him all that guaranteed money. But you also shouldn't have run Joe Flacco off and replaced him with Jameis Winston. So I think you go BPA. Whether or not I think most teams are saying that's Carter, especially if Myles Garrett's looking disgruntled. The Giants, look at this draft I got here. They're taking Travis Hunter. They got the Patriots taking McMillan from Arizona. Will Johnson, a cornerback, to Jacksonville. Shedeur Sanders slides all the way to 6. All the way to 6 for the Las Vegas Raiders. They probably would be thrilled with that. Of course, there's all types of rumors that Tom Brady's involvement is going to be there, but I don't know. Cam Ward seems to be the consensus for Tennessee. I don't like it. We know exactly how it's going to go. So yeah, I go best player available for your Browns. Joseph, listen. Thank you so much. Enjoy that cigar. Enjoy that White Owl, my friend. Yo, Joey 8172 doing what he do. 20 Chad Duke Show gifted memberships. Riley Webster, I see you don't have a gifted membership yet. How could that be possible with the rain these motherfuckers are dropping on us? They are blessing the stream. Joey, thank you for everything, bud. Thank you for sponsoring the Chad Duke Show this week. I hope you picked up a shirt too. I'm gonna ask too much from you. Eventually, you're gonna get sick of me. Thank you, bud. Hopefully, I see you on Solid Dudes tonight. There will be a Solid Dudes tonight. I don't know why. I don't know why I do Solid Dudes the same day I do this. It's too much. It's too much talking. And you're 9. See, what happened is to sponsor an episode of the Chad Duke Show, it costs $100. You Venmo me $100, and then I read your name at the beginning of the show. And if you have a small business or you have something you want me to plug, you can. And Joey actually bought 3 days worth of memberships, but he didn't select friends and family. So Venmo hit me up, banged me in the keister out of my $9. And so I guess Joey's making good for it there, even though he dropped 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Joey. You're a very good man. Will we hear about the new lease today? Oh, that might be the major announcement. You never know. Druid 1234. There could be. I have signed a lease recently. Anybody would like to guess? Anybody want to guess? I'll give you another hint. It's a commercial lease. Ooh. Joey, thank you, bud. There's a lot of Stephen Davis who let the dogs out in the chats. Yes, indeed, he did. Michael, what the fuck? What is going on here? Michael, have you taken leave of your senses? That's too much money. I demand. Well, I'm not going to go that far. All right. Well, this is for Michael then. I think it's only fair that if Michael is going to, lose his goddamn mind financially, that I buy him a hot dog. This is for Michael.
Okay. All right, everybody. We are here in the Baltimore Washington International Airport.
We sure are.
Next to the greatest invention I've ever seen. That's right. It is a hot dog vending machine.
This is the exact vending machine. I don't know if it was this unit, but this is the exact machine I was telling you about that some listener rolled up behind 106.7 WJFK and started slinging hot dogs. I think Oscar had 2. Drab had 6. I had 11. I can't ever remember being that sick.
Fresh grilled acclaim. How does it work? Nobody knows, but we're about to find out.
I know how it works.
I'm going with traditional, the Oscar Mayer, because my stomach's not ready for another adventure yet.
That's Hillshire Farms. That's a Hillshire Farms logo up there. That's just a sausage. That's the most delicious adventure there possibly can be, Eric Vogel, doxed.
Look at this. Oh my gosh. Get close here. Oh, man. Did you see that?
This is what $100 gets you on Chad Dukes versus the world.
Oh, it looked like he was just like birthing a hot dog.
You think this guy smoked weed before he made this video? It's tough to tell. Sometimes I wish I would have chosen the stoner's lifestyle. Like, stoners can be so annoying to me, but they're just always like that. They're just always laughing and giddy. And when I'm drunk, like when I'm eating and I'm drunk, like, trust me, I'm enjoying it. But there's also such an enormous amount of sadness and cope behind it.
Oh my God, it is.
I mean, it's having sex with that bad boy.
Someone had a sick mind who designed this machine.
Yes, I did.
I want to do a podcast with Eric Vogel.
Only in Baltimore.
It's BWI, honey.
Just gotta make sure it gets it just right. And it's properly greased and everything. How long is this deal? Man, he's got some
I don't remember it taking this long.
staying power.
This guy stinks.
Still going, man.
Wow.
Hopefully this stops anyone else from super chatting $100. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. There's got to be so much grease. Like axle grease, like not hot dog grease.
Oh,
Here it comes.
Where's it coming?
Oh no, we're here, I guess. Well, look at that. Fresh grilled. We got the condiments here.
Nobody puts ketchup on a hot dog.
Let's get some of that. Let's go sit down and try it out.
What is this? Is there a fucking bomb threat going on? Why is there nobody in the airport? I gotta admit, I'm a little jealous. Those airport chairs are so good for eating combos. Like, for whatever reason, they're like cocked back at the right angle, so all of the crumbs and filth, like, they're all kind of contained. Your entire bodice is ensconced in filth by the end of it. This is an unfortunate man.
There's an attractive looking hot dog.
As I zoom in on your crotch.
Yeah.
On your wiener.
These are classy people.
Now, I'm pretty daring, I've eaten grasshoppers in Mexico and everything.
That's where I go for my grasshoppers too. Maybe this guy, we chew a lot of the same dirt together.
Never have I been more scared of a food. But let's do it anyway.
Oh, that's very sensual.
Oh, man. That is delicious.
Yep. No,
It's like a New York City
just
street
have
vendor.
to wait.
Wow.
All right. Well, here you go. Have a bite.
All right, so this video has 184,000 views, and it was put up 12 years ago. And I'm telling you, that's exactly how I felt after I tried that motherfucker. Michael Capetta, thank you for getting your shirt. No more $100 super chats, or we're going to watch that whole thing again. I got all goddamn afternoon. What am I doing? I ain't doing shit. Thank you, buddy. Let's take a look down here. There he is. This has got to be a gentleman. Now, Dane, I don't know if you saw that whole video.
No, I saw nothing. I just popped up in here.
Oh, you did?
I'm not getting here early. What's wrong with you? Come on, man. Come on, Dukes. You know me.
You know how I'm living? I do know that. I'm not going to play the whole thing again because I think I'd lose the entire chat.
Okay.
But I got to show you this. Do you remember us talking about this on Big O and Dukes back in the day? It is a hot dog vending machine.
I need one of those in my house, in my driveway.
I completely feel the same way. And they brought one up to the back of the studio one time. And I'm not kidding you, Dane. I think I ate 11 hot dogs that day.
You know, I swear to God, Dukes, we must be on some sort of like weird connection. Because I swear to God, I don't know why. Literally right before I got on this call, I thought about how all we have here is a Sam's Club. We do not have a Costco. And the Sam's Club hot dogs, they are considerably worse to me than the Costco hot dog.
Yeah.
I literally thought about that for no reason 5 minutes ago. It had to be – we have to be on the same wavelength. I just don't get it.
So.
We don't agree about a lot, but this is something we can agree on.
We could be two guys that just have a passion for tube meats. I think that's
yeah. And where you put them is put them everywhere.
At the same
time. I'd want to do. Yeah.
Here's the thing. You were right about Costco, and I think what it is, I can't speak for Sam's Club, but I don't think Sam's Club is making the hot dogs that they just have in the back. At Costco, they're making those all-beef foot-long hot dogs that they're trying to sell you 10 packs of in the back of the store. The same goes for the chicken bake. And so
Sam's does the same thing. You could still buy them to prepare them, but they're just it's not the same. Like for some reason, as much as you can cook them as hard as you want, but then like they just have like an extra juice to them when you bite into them, and it just grosses me out for some reason. Like I like my hot dogs to be like burnt to a crisp and not juicy at all. Like I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like a well done steak guy. I know you guys think everything, but for my hot dogs, I need them well done.
You're talking about stereotype.
Yeah, stereotype.
I've seen you eat steak. You eat steak like a normal person.
Yeah, I'm a medium guy. I'm a medium.
Would you have any problems eating this hot dog out of this vending machine?
Are you kidding me? Would I have any problem stuffing myself inside the hot dog machine and living there? That's what I'd rather do. What are you talking about, man? Of course I would eat that.
Oh God. It is
Long John Silver's lobster bites. I'm gonna eat a hot dog.
Oh my God. When is the last time you were at a Long John Silver?
There's one here, so I've had it probably about a month ago, man. I enjoy me good Long Johns once a month.
Another thing we agree on is I'm really busted up about that the fast food seafood establishment seems to be going the way of the dodo. There's no Arthur Treachers, there's no Captain D's. I don't see any Long John Silver. What happened?
Is the Captain D's not in the Manassas anymore? There used to be one there. That's the only one I ever saw in my life.
Are you willing to tell that story today?
Oh, that is true. Yeah. I can absolutely tell that story. I haven't told it recently.
I don't think so.
So yeah, I can tell if you will. Yeah. So in the early days of America Online, I was a pretty bad degenerate and learned pretty quickly how to meet up with people. So I did meet a couple of people dudes. No, not dudes. I could have, believe me, I could have been raped and killed with some of these places.
God.
I went into the woods in Warrenton one time, met some. But anyway, so I talked to this woman. She had early on mentioned that she was an older woman. And
How old were you?
I had to have been 16, 17 at the time. And so I lied to her and I said I was like 20 something. She was like, okay, well, I want proof because you don't look like that age to me. So she said, let's meet at a local, at a mutual location. And I'll see if I agree to, meeting with you or a date, going out with you or whatever. So we agree to meet for I have no clue why. but we agreed to meet at the Captain D's on what is that, Liberia or something in Manassas?
In Manassas.
I don't know why that was the location. I mean, maybe it's because I'm sure I suggested it in that way. Like if it did go south, I mean, at least I get to get some Captain D's.
Admiral's platter. Hell yeah.
So I show up, and at the time, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I was trying to look like him or anything, but I did have a secret love for like NSYNC and back. Like I always pretended I hated that stuff, but behind the scenes, I loved all the music and all that. And I roll up there, and I am wearing the tightest black shirt ever. Like if you remember Justin Timberlake, he's in one of those videos. I'm wearing the tightest black shirt ever, but then also the biggest jeans.
That's my favorite part of the story.
The biggest jeans, like Jinko-sized jeans with my tight black shirt, just like Justin Timberlake is in one of those videos. I don't know, tear it up my heart or something. And so I go into Captain D's. I clearly see one where I think it's her, but she never says anything to me. I order my Captain D's and go about my business. Eat my 2-piece fish, chicken, whatever it was. And then she never says anything to me. I get back home online. She's like, "You are clearly, 16, 17 years old."
No.
So I was caught. But yeah.
I thought, for some reason, I remember that story being, you saw that she was bigger than you thought. And so you went in and ordered.
That wouldn't have stopped me. Believe me, it didn't stop me.
So you walked in, you ordered a bunch of food, and then you like slowly walk by waiting for her to stop you, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Like I there were a couple, there was one woman specifically where, I mean, just based on the description, I assumed, because she didn't want to tell me what she looked like just in case.
Sure.
And so I'm assuming she was definitely there that day because she said she saw me. And but no, I just went about eating my Captain D. So it was still a win. It was still a win-win for your boy.
I think if you get a giant platter of fried fish, it's always going to be. I always consider that a win. Like, I could be fucking given a positive herpes test and ends with fried fish. Like,
that's fine with me. That's a fair treat.
Yeah.
I agree, man.
All right, so Big Dane, of course, was my co-host on the Rodcast, and one of the funnier guys I know. He's been on a couple episodes of CDVTW, so he's going to hang out with us this hour. I had to also bring you on, Dane, because I was thinking about you during that Tampa Bay game. First of all, I love football.
I know you do.
Maybe some of the worst football I've ever watched in my life. That first fucking weekend, it was god awful. The ratings are down. I actually pulled the numbers; they're down significantly.
Are they? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'll pull up so you can at least have context. But like, Tampa Bay and Washington both showed up to play and were whipping the shit out of each other, and I was I was so grateful.
I know you had some movement down there. It moved. I did. You wanted to bust out the old helicopter.
No. Honestly, dude, it's sad. People don't believe me. I'm so dead inside when it comes to that. But as a football fan, I'm like, how could you not be? And this is what the point I was making. I had Ben Volin from the Globe on. I was saying, Jayden isn't just winning. How could you be an 11-year-old that's getting into football and watch that guy and not say, that's my team? That's who I'm going to fucking
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it feels like a weird position right now because I feel like we are the team where, like, we have the Steph Curry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The one that all the kids want to be like. And
that's exactly what it is.
Even my son, like, he never. My oldest two sons, they don't care about football at all. So I just own them. But my youngest, he cared a little bit, but like as the season has progressed, he's just been more into it, like really becoming a Jayden fan more than anything. And it's just, it's exciting to see that we have that guy, but it's just, I mean, me, again, I'm always walking on eggshells, waiting for the other shoe to drop where something terrible is going to happen. So I just haven't, again, I think I mentioned this before. I just haven't been expecting any of this. And the other thing is they've just been so incredibly fun to watch. Like it's just, every game is down. I mean, it's scary, but every game is just fun to watch. Like, again, he just plays it so cool where like it seems like he thrives in these big moments. Like he wants these big moments or he's not fazed by them at all. And it's just so excited and impressive to see him. So I've just never been more excited as a fan.
Well, that's one thing that I can remember is there were so many examples, and the Fail Mary's one of them. That's what the Bears, of course, call it. And then the doink in this past game where that's Washington loses those. Like that's the way they always lost. All those bounces went against them for 20 fucking years.
Yeah, I've been at your house drunk watching those games, having to go to work in 3 hours.
That is true.
Midnight.
Got a pizza under one arm and nothing with the other.
Going straight to the post office for my graveyard shift.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I told you I almost got a DUI because we were watching the Cowboys Redskins at your apartment, and I was drinking, but I had to work at 10 o'clock at night. So I'm thinking, I'll take a quick nap. It'll go off and it'll go away by then. And I get pulled over and I am just, I was 0.1 under whatever I needed to be at. And the guy was like, you're going to work? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right, just be careful. Luckily I got off.
Man, that's great too, because usually I would think saying I'm going to work and you're still that close to a DWI, that would work against you.
Yeah, I thought the guy, well, at least he's being responsible. He's not going to the club or anything.
He's not going out to continue drinking.
Yeah.
The Lions game is, I think, 9.5 points.
Yeah.
And I noted this at the beginning of the show, but if I were still a fan, I would not be comfortable with how chesty I'm seeing a lot of Washington fans getting. And posting. Here's another bad bit. Have you seen the memes they're posting with Jayden Daniels' head on Omar from the Wire's
no, I
body?
haven't seen this one. No, I have not.
Bro, it's everywhere. And I leave the same comment under all these motherfuckers. That show is in Baltimore. Don't fucking put the quarterback of the Redskins' head on a goddamn Baltimore guy.
I mean, but we've always been this to a certain extent. Before each season, even when we knew we were garbage, we always, hyped up, said we're going to be 10-6 every single year. And I've seen a lot of it coming from the Lions. I mean, the Lions, now, granted, they've had a great couple of seasons, but I mean, they're acting sometimes they act like they're the Steelers or something. Okay,
right.
They've been in the exact same boat as we've been. In fact, worse, because they've never even gotten to a Super Bowl, I think. So, they're puffing their chest a little bit too. I think we're in a great spot. I mean, we're underdogs. No one's expected us to win. So, I just don't think it matters. We can be confident and not have to worry about it, I guess.
The ruination of the Vikings. I mean, the absolute disrespect they showed them and then cost Sam Darnold all that fucking money and then get a bye and they're getting their guys back. It would be Appalachian State, Michigan, if Washington go in there and beat that fucking team right now.
I think so, but I mean, at the same time, they've had a lot of injuries on defense. You can only overcome that so much. Sometimes, I mean, we've seen it a lot in the past, especially with Peyton Manning's Colts and stuff. All those times where they had the bye and then they come out and they're incredibly rusty. So not every team is ready for that. I mean, it's not like they're this organization where they've had 10 years of success and they're used to these situations. This is relatively new to them. So I just feel like, we're in a good spot. I do think we're going to lose, but I think it'll be a little bit closer than everyone expects. At least I hope so. Now, here's my dilemma.
Okay.
Can you believe this? So first off, the game is tomorrow. That's on my birthday. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. My birthday is tomorrow. That's pretty cool. But, of course, my asshole son decided to have a soccer tournament. And I am not kidding. His second game of his soccer tournament starts literally as the –
That is unforgivable.
It's just unbelievable. I told my wife, I'm just going to have to admit, I'm sorry. Also, first off, I told him if he loses either of these games on my birthday, I'm going to hate him for the rest of my life.
But don't you want him to lose, or does he play them both?
It doesn't matter. He plays both regardless. And
dude.
The second one starts literally as the game has started. So I'm going to have to watch it on my phone while I'm pretending to cheer for him.
What? You got to get your wife to take it. You have to.
I know. I'm thinking about abandoning it, but I've just never missed a game of his. But this is too important. This is clearly more important than my son.
There's going to be way more soccer games than there are fucking divisional round playoffs.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's a dilemma right now, man. I'm trying to figure it out.
Is this the one you don't love?
Well, that's all three of them. No, I'm just no, I'm just kidding. They don't love me, all right? They don't care for me. Only my daughter. My daughter and wife care for me. My sons, they hate me, I'm pretty sure.
I forgot there's a daughter, too, now.
She loves me. Yeah. That's it, though. Snippety snip. I'm done. My man, Enoch.
CDVTW, the only sports show for me, would never tweet any other sports show except CDVTW. Yeah, unless you're tweeting Grant and Danny right now as you're sending this fucking super chat, Enoch. Think about this, Dane. I don't know if you saw, but Drab is now
still a radio file. I did see that. Congratulations to Drab.
Fuck him. Now I've got a guy I went to high school with is the program director of 106.7, and a guy I literally gave a career to is the program director for 980, and they'd rather spit in my fucking mouth.
It's the absolute worst, man. I mean, I haven't been in that situation, but I've been in situations where, I'm in sales and I've outsold these people I work with, just done. But like there are 3 people that I trained at the job where you said that I fired
towards all his roommates. Yeah. You guys get the fuck out of here. Too.
I trained 3 people under me, and I outsold them. I did better than my entire career, and then all 3 of them went to get better careers while I'm working at a poverty job. That
oh, dude.
No, I'm doing pretty good, but like it's annoying me. I hate to see people do better than me that I feel like I should be doing better than them.
Okay, but that's. I'm not going to say that doesn't flash in my head either, but that's not a healthy way to go through life.
Does anything about me look healthy?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Yeah,
no,
sorry about that.
There's nothing I do that's healthy.
I texted. I had to wait. When I saw the tweets go up and everybody sucking Drab off, like I had to like choke the bile down and realize, don't be a hateful fuck.
Yeah.
I waited a full 24 hours and I texted him, "Hey man, proud of you, great job." Like fucking.
You didn't mean it.
I didn't mean a fucking word of it.
I thought about giving him a like, and I just like, nah, Drab doesn't give a shit about me. I'm not giving that like. Fuck him. You're right. Fuck that guy.
Clip this and fucking tag him to it. That's what I say.
I hope you fail miserably.
Could they give him more jobs? Does Grant Paulson need all those jobs? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, give one back to Dukes. Come on, man. Bring him back.
No, I don't want to, dude. Can you imagine me going in there and trying to talk Nationals after all this shit? They would have to give me a weekend shift where they just, all right, talk wrestling, fat boy, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. It's tough.
Alex Cow, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Got my shirt. Love you like that, buddy. We get to 70 shirts. It's a big announcement. We're nowhere close. It's just been one of the most disrespectful episodes of the show so far, Dane. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, good.
Chef Schools, $5. Thank you, buddy. I can't stop eating today. I pulled a monk and not replaced my last diabetes monitor. Help. Oh, that's not what you don't want to eat through a diabetes monitor.
Oh, I'm sure I could.
Dane, do you know that Ant-Man is on the Wegovia now?
What is that?
That's
something
like
I'm probably supposed to be on.
Well, I was going to ask you because, like, when I go to the doctor, I'm fat as hell, and they constantly telling me you need to lose 60 pounds. Like, you're going to be you're going to be dead. But they never offer me Ozempic or any of these other fucking drugs. Ant-Man goes in there, and they told him, this is a quote, "Your gut has gotten so big that you're throwing the discs in your back off, and we're going to have to give you surgery if you don't go on this Wegovia."
Yeah, I'm like one of the first times I went to the doctor as an adult. I think I was like 19, 20 years old. And the very first thing she said, you need to lose weight or we're going to have to think about surgery. I mean, she said this to me immediately. So I'm a little surprised that they haven't suggested that. Maybe it's not as bad as you think.
I don't think that injecting yourself with poison, like I would rather die of fat-related complications.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm the same. Like I've always wanted to be the type. I tell myself I want to lose it the natural way, but it'll never happen. I'll die.
I know, but Dane, wouldn't you rather die? I don't want to capitulate like that. I want to give my control of my life up and say, I can't do this. You've got to cut half my stomach out, or I've got to jab myself in the leg with this poison for the next 6 months.
No, again, I think I'm the same way because I've always wanted to avoid all those things as well. I mean, if they told me like absolutely, like you are going to die now if you don't do this, then I guess maybe I would finally give in. But yeah, again, I'm desperately telling myself for the last 20 years that I'll do it the natural way, and then I just gain 50 pounds.
But I also don't like all these fat guys that are now losing weight and they're like, oh yeah, and they're like fucking, they feeling themselves. I'm like, listen, bitch, you're making yourself physically ill to lose this weight. I don't respect you.
Yeah, I got a couple people I went to high school with that did go that route, the lap band or whatever, and they're constantly throwing it in our face, constantly putting the before and after pictures, and I mean, you did the work partly, but you didn't do it all the way. So
if they gotta dig 6 feet of fucking intestine out of you so you can lose some weight, I don't respect that. Thank you, Jeffrey Schools. All right, what do you think about this? Keith Brill says the Browns just need to cut bait with Watson, eat the cap money, trade back somewhere into the teens, load up on picks, and get a cheap quarterback in free agency. Mariota showed he can still play and would be cheap. That is easy for us to say. Here's the problem with that. They got a top 10 coach in the league. They got the best defensive player, arguably, in the league. Like, they're a year removed from Joe Flacco going into the playoffs and doing damage. That's a huge capitulation. But, Dane, another thing is, how do you look at Denver, do what Denver did, and not say, we'll just do – but you got to hit on Bo Nix, too. Like, and you got to –
Yeah. What the Browns have, like, what, number 2,
Second,
number 3 pick? Yeah, I mean, a pick that high. I mean, I guess it just depends. If you have a quarterback that you fall in love with, I mean, again, we see what Jayden has done for the Commanders. I mean, if you have a quarterback that you fall in love with, you have to take that player. I mean, it changes your franchise. Now, the only problem is, they are in a bit of a win now situation. So, I mean, you want to get somebody that you think is going to be ready right away. If not, then I mean, I could see them going the stopgap route as well. I mean, Mariota has looked great.
You don't think Abdul Carter and Myles Garrett on either sides? I mean, your defense is going to get you 4 turnovers a game, and then you stick Jimmy Garoppolo back there, whoever the fuck.
Or maybe they're the ones that go after Darnold. Like, maybe that'd be like a good fit for him.
I think Darnold cost himself a lot of money, Jack. I don't think anybody.
But he's getting a starting job somewhere, or at least a chance to compete with somebody. I think so.
Could be. Ryan Blue, $2 super chat. Didn't Dane have a locker Big Mac machine? That's an interesting question, Ryan.
Yeah, it wasn't a locker Big Mac machine. It was just before the basketball game I played in high school. I bought a Big Mac, put it in my locker during the basketball game, and then when I didn't play, disrespected my head coach by eating it while he was chewing our asses up.
So he was screaming at you, and to show him that you didn't give a fuck about what he said, you pulled the Big Mac out.
I started eating it, and then he stopped everything he was saying, looked at me, and said, "Are you eating right now?" I said, "Yes." And I think I sheepishly put it away when he got upset.
You've honestly admitted to me, though, in the past that you weren't doing it to make a political statement. You just really wanted to eat the Big Mac.
I mean, I think both things were true. I was a little bit upset that I didn't play much that game, and I was hungry. So I didn't see any problem with it.
We did a show last night for Further Down the Road, and you don't know Biker Sean. I think he was around for the broadcast. I'm not sure though.
Okay. Yeah.
And he said something last night that I thought that he was saying just to get a rise out of everybody. But he claimed that Burger King has the best quality hamburger.
No.
Out of the top 4 franchises. I assume that's McDonald's, Wendy's,
Burger King, Wendy's,
BK. What would I don't even know what the 4th would be.
I don't know. The rest of them are so regional, like Jack in the Box and.
Well, those are all better. Whataburger's 100 times better than fucking Burger King.
Yeah. No. Burger King. I literally only go for the original chicken sandwich where they slather it in your favorite sauce, mayonnaise. But I never go there for an actual burger. Like I'll just take McDonald's or Wendy's personally every day.
Honestly, Burger King is the only fast food establishment, and I'm talking about the fattest fatting I've ever fatted. Where I'm driving by it and I'm like,
just never get up for it, right? Yeah, no. Me neither. For the most, like I said, breakfast, I'm never going there. I just don't care. The burgers, I don't care for, but I do have an affinity for that long original chicken sandwich.
Didn't you sneak out the last time you were just talking about your kid at a soccer tournament? Didn't you sneak out and go eat a bunch of fast food and then sneak back into the hotel room?
Yeah, how many 100 days? What do you mean? I do this every night. Come eat my wife's pan-fried tilapia after I, scarfed out a combo meal.
You've been doing that for a decade. You're the one that told me that you can't open the trunk to your car around your family because you would drive home and buy a bag of Chick-fil-A and eat it before you got home, and then you ate the healthy meal that your wife had made for you.
Absolutely, yeah, and then throw the bag either in the trunk because I'm too lazy to hide the trash, or put it in the back of the passenger seat in the little carry-on.
Problem is the smell. You're gonna get busted because it smells like Chick-fil-A in your car then.
I mean, that's that is the downside of it. She's caught me a few times doing that. Yeah, I've had.
Ant-Man's parents were out of town for 2 weeks, and when they got back in town, he cleaned his truck out because he thought they wouldn't know how much shit he'd eaten. He went to work and came home, and when he came home, his dad had taken every IHOP bag that he had in the fucking trash can and lined them up on the hood of his car. That motherfucker. Dane, that motherfucker ate IHOP 11 times in 7 days.
Oh my God, that's his thing. IHOP, like
That's his
addicted
fucking
to
thing.
it? I mean, I like me a good omelet from IHOP, but that's that's a little much.
He's so stupid. He won't go in. He's so autistic. Like he won't just go in and have a meal.
Right.
Then there would be no evidence, and they give you as much
Right.
coffee as you want. You get all the beautiful syrups.
Or again, it takes 10 seconds to find a trash can and just throw it all away.
He's
Are his
so
parents
fucking-
worried about him or something? That's why they got on him about it? Or?
Dude, I mean, he probably weighs as much as you do now. I mean, and you're 2 feet taller than him.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
that is true. Yeah,
he's 5'5".
yeah, it's a short.
I got a picture of
Pretty big
him.
haunches.
God damn it! Did I send you the picture of him? And
Oh,
we
you
only
did. Yeah, you questioned yourself. And made
No,
me
no,
question myself.
the one with Ted and him, where they're standing together.
No, I don't think I got that one. You just
I'll
got
try
me
to-
one where he's like bent over, and I had to question.
Oh, with the Pam Anderson wig on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get that. Oh, you should read this one, Dane.
you sent another. Oh, happy birthday, Dane! Here's a super chat to the Dukes in your honor. Thanks, Enoch. Appreciate it, man.
Oh,
Sending
boy.
Dukes money for my birthday.
It's fucking great.
God, I still hate that guy so much.
I know.
No, I'm just kidding.
You guys have a lifelong beef.
Yeah.
All right, this is a good question. Speaking of beef, what is the best room temperature fast food item?
Oh my God, that's a great room
Yeah.
temperature fast food. It's not fries, clearly. You got to air fry the fries.
You know what's pretty good? Chicken McNuggets room
Yeah.
temperature. Man, they're not bad.
Oh my God. My son works at McDonald's now. And if I told you how many times I'm just going up there. I
You're
mean,
living the fucking dream, man.
he says, get whatever you want. Whatever you want.
I've never been more jealous.
I gotta hold it in, man. But like constantly, I'm just going up there getting McNuggets.
You got what's the most you've ever ordered in one sitting from your son?
Most like a family, but that's generally like if I'm just trying to be cheap and feed the kids, and then me and my wife get something good. Actually, you know what I mean? So like, we'll like get them the free McDonald's, and then me and my wife will eat like a nice like a better restaurant. But
Yeah.
in terms of I think one time I did tell him that I was getting it for the family, and I got like a 20-piece nugget, a McChicken. They have like basket of. I don't think they did this in Virginia. For some reason here, they do baskets of fries, and it's more fries than the large fry, but it's cheaper than the large fry.
At McDonald's, they do baskets?
It's a basket of fries. It's more than the large. They give you more fries than the large fry, and then they charge you less than a large fry. I have no clue why it's a thing.
That doesn't make any sense. Enoch, thank you, bud.
It's the greatest thing ever.
All right, I have to show you this. I didn't know your son worked at I literally pulled it. Dane, this is a spooky show because I pulled this video to play for you. And I didn't know your son worked at McDonald's.
He works at McDonald's, 5 minutes away from me. I can go up anytime I want. Get whatever I
I'm so
want.
fucking jealous.
It's phenomenal, man.
Because then you get the fresh
it
McDonald's too, right? He's always
Oh.
making it fresh.
Oh yeah, man. It's phenomenal. I mean, the nuggets he gave me 2 days ago. I mean, they were burning my mouth, man.
Have you been inside of the fucking place? Like, have you gone back behind the scenes?
No, I haven't done that much.
All right, watch this, okay? This is just a guy making 2 fresh quarter pounders.
Okay.
Now, I watched this, and I tried to show it to my wife and say, look how beautiful. Like, I was trying to explain to her, I mean, this thing moved me emotionally, sexually, and she's like, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, what? That looks disgusting. Like, she would have nothing to do with it.
I don't like that. My wife won't have anything to do with McDonald's either. I don't like her.
How clean this McDonald's is.
It does look very clean.
Is that mayo?
I think that's mayo, yeah.
I didn't know they put mayo on it.
Yeah, I don't know what. I think you gotta request it.
Doesn't this just look higher quality than you would think?
For a McDonald's, yes. I would
Yeah.
expect this from a Chick-fil-A, maybe. But yeah, it looks nice. Maybe it's a new one, or
Wait till he gets to the meat. No, you laugh. Wait till you see this burger press, Dane. It's gonna fucking change your life. You're gonna have so much more respect for your son.
that's not possible.
Look.
Oh man, yeah, I didn't know how this went down.
Neither did I. What's that seasoning?
Who knows? That's all you need, though. That's all I know.
I mean, I would fuck up some McDonald's so bad right now.
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I'd be dead if I had a son worked at McDonald's. I'd be dead within a month.
Yeah, I gotta stop myself all the time.
I mean, DC, does this thing look as good to you as it does to me? I feel like it doesn't.
No, it looks phenomenal. Oh,
I didn't know they did that too. They just closed the box.
yeah, I didn't know any of this happened. Yeah, that looks like a. Oh wait. Oh, maybe the quarter pounder deluxe, double quarter pounder deluxe, where they put the tomato and the mayo and all that on.
Look at this. I mean, then they reuse the same tray, the whole tray. I'm not liking or subscribing to your shit, motherfucker.
What is your go-to at McDonald's?
Well, I think we've talked about this. I don't know if it's still on the menu because now whenever I get McDonald's, I try to not be the one that gets it. But if someone's going or there's a listener that's brought it up to the studio. But the number 2 is always my go-to, which is the 2 cheeseburgers. So I get number 2 large with a 4-piece nugget and a large Sprite. That was always my fucking go-to there until I got real fat. And then it was 4 what are the McDoubles? I would get 4 McDoubles and 4 McChickens and a large Sprite. And that would be my
Oh my God.
Yeah,
you would crush all that?
Right.
Wow, that's impressive.
If you ever find your way back out here, I know you never will. We'll go. I will eat that in front of you.
No, actually, I got invited to a wedding, man. I was going to let you know. I'm going to try and make it out there here.
Come by the studio. We'll do a show.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Were you there the day? I don't think you were. I think it was just me, Othello, in blue shorts, where we ordered 20 McChickens, and then Barty and I took all the trash and just threw it in a blue shorts truck. And
no, but I wish I was. Clearly,
it might have been the greatest day of my life.
Did you you recently reconnected with him or
who?
Othello? Did y'all do a show or something? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
You know how he is, man. He's just tough. He's tough to nail down.
Yeah, I know.
I do love him. He did ask about you.
Okay.
Enoch wants to know, 599. Thank you, Enoch. What is Dane Aye Mayne's fattest fat he's ever fatted? Now, that is a great question. Now, I don't know if you know what this is, Dane. This is the fattest thing you've ever done that you also have the most regret about. Because some fat things I do, like I'm proud of them or I don't give a fuck. But mine was I went into some garbage and dug some food out. I mean, it was abominable.
Yeah, I think I've done that at the top of the garbage before, unfortunately. I remember one time I was invited to like a fancy dinner. Like this guy I worked with, he had all these connections. He took us to this fancy restaurant where we're eating like these bite-sized. I mean, it tasted phenomenal, but it's just this bite-sized food. It's like 10 courses, and I'm nowhere near full. So I eat this like 10-course fancy meal, and then it wasn't enough, so I immediately go to McDonald's and I get like, I don't know, like a quarter pounder of nuggets. And then I eat that and then I realize I'm still not satisfied.
I feel like this is a theme with you.
And then on top of that, I think I went to Taco Bell after.
You're fucking lying.
I swear to God. I think I've done that like when we did shows. Like there were times where listeners would bring all that food.
Yeah.
And I would destroy the food while we were doing the show. Then I would go to McDonald's immediately after, realize I'm still hungry, and then hit the top. I've done that multiple times where I've hit 2 fast food places on the way home and just absolutely just hated myself for it.
Yeah, it's a special kind of regret too, because the elation, the endorphin rush you get, for the first 10 or 15 minutes you're eating that shit, is you can't compare it to anything. Phenomenal.
But then, like, when you get home, like 20, 25 minutes later, it's just all sitting there, and you realize what a monster you've become.
And I'd rather, and you have the same situation I do, where your wife is able to control herself.
Right.
But then I get like this wave of betrayal. Like, she probably would like to have a husband that could take his shirt off at the pool. And I can't fucking stop myself from stopping off at 2 different fast food places.
Right. Do you ever like try to make her come down to your level too? Like I'll suggest something like terrible to eat to my wife. She's like, oh no, I don't want that. I'm not, and I'm getting mad at her for not wanting.
Yeah.
You're too good for this. You're too good for that.
Whenever we go out to eat, she always wants to go someplace where I know there's a lot of healthy options. Like, it's never a pizza parlor. Like, we never go to a pizza parlor.
Right. No, it's just embarrassing. It's shameful. But,
so I'm curious. Like, you're only talking fast food. Where does pizza rank in all of this? Like, where does
pizza,
that?
I mean, I'm getting pizza at least twice a month, every week. Yeah, there's a spot down here I love. Yeah, I mean, I basically rotate. Like, I get the one local pizza, like probably once every 2 weeks, and then
Sure.
the chains, Pizza Hut or Domino's.
It's tragic.
I feel like Pizza Hut's been making a comeback, man. I don't know if you've had it lately, but the last time I had it, it kind of gave me those old school.
I've heard that. They don't even deliver around my house. There's not even a functioning Pizza Hut that will deliver to me. I've got to order DoorDash, and they charge like $8 delivery fees for fucking Pizza Hut.
It is a blast from the past. If you come here, it isn't when the Pizza Hut's here. They have not updated their stores since 1985 or whatever. So when you walk in, it just looks like you remember. Like you just get filled up with all.
I love it.
I mean, it's insane. Like, I mean, it's a shell of what it was, but it's the exact same. They haven't updated them like one time, so it looks just like as it was when a kid. We get the pan pizzas with the Book Smart, whatever it was called.
Book it.
Book it.
Yeah, it was the Book it.
Yeah, I mean, it's I just like going in there just to feel, what it felt like in the 90s for a second.
There's a place, there's a pizzeria out, and it's called New Baltimore, and it's about 40 minutes from me, and it's called Spitoni's, and it's a mom and pop place. I think they're having their 50th year this year, and this family has run it the entire time. And when you walk in, it's what you're talking about. It's the molded red seats and the big plastic cups, and like the smell and the look. I can't not be happy when I walk into that fucking place.
Yeah, I mean, you just love it, man. Some things did not need to change.
That's why all like this nostalgia pornography that people our age seem to be into. You're younger than me, but like we think Ninja Turtles and the Transformers are this greatest thing. Like, some of that's bullshit. Like, I've always said, The Goonies sucks. Go back and watch it as an adult. It blows. But that shit where it's like the feeling you get walking, that aesthetic is so warm and inviting. This, by the way, is 40. Somebody ordered 40 extra value meals, and this guy's going ham.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. No, sometimes like people talk about like people are like, "Oh, go back and play GoldenEye," and then N64,
Sucks, dude.
And you get all hyped up to do it, and then you play like, what? How do we deal with this shit? This game is awful. It's horrendous. But anytime you can go back to like a place, like a food place where you just you can just feel it, you can smell it, you can there's just something about that is just phenomenal.
You know what GoldenEye is? Like, if you go back and watch some of these Marvel movies that we thought were just absolutely unbelievable now. Like, I was a fucking idiot. Like, I was just a stupid mouth-breathing moron for saying this was good shit.
Like the first Transformers, kind of.
Yes, you remember? I went crazy for that.
I loved that, but I loved it too. Yeah, but it's just you
watched it recently?
No, I couldn't put myself through that.
Fuck me. Hit the like button. Are we at 250 likes? Where's fucking Foots? You're charging the likes, Foots. I haven't seen.
What's up with Foots? Yeah, what happened? Where's he at now? Did he come back? Didn't he move?
He was there last night, mumbling under his breath, being weird as shit. Nothing's changed. Thank you, Enoch.
Sounds like Foots.
Corey Rita, $4.99. Thank you so much. Please always have videos of McDonald's cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I'd tune in more often. That's for sure.
Well, more often would mean that you
once.
Tune in once.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at that pile of cheese. I don't know what like McDonald's must have their proprietary blends for all of their shit because the cheese doesn't taste like anything else's cheese. Their buns are different. The sodas are different.
Sprite, the Coke. But you know who has the absolute best ketchup?
Who?
Whataburger.
You're not lying.
It's on another and not even I'm not big on the spicy ketchup, but just their regular ketchup. There is something different. I don't know what if they'll put more sugar in it or something, but they have the absolute best ketchup I've ever had in my life.
Do you want me to put you on right now?
Put me on, please.
I'm gonna put you on. You don't want the spicy ketchup. You've got to go. Do you have your computer?
Yeah,
go to Whataburger. I think it's whatastore.com.
Oh, yeah.
They have a Cholula ketchup, which you can only buy on their website, which is the Cholula hot sauce mixed with the Whataburger ketchup. It's not as spicy as their spicy ketchup, but it has fucking unbelievable flavor. And for some reason, it pairs with their mustard better than any other ketchup on the fucking planet.
Oh, yeah? But you can't get it at the actual location?
No.
Like even as not to buy, but like Like they don't put it on the burgers.
No, not even in the little cups. They give you the regular ketchup, the fancy ketchup, and the red one, and they have the black label for the spicy ketchup.
Oh, okay.
You know what's incredibly overrated?
What?
The Diablo sauce at Taco Bell, the one that comes in the black package.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever done. I mean, I like spicy, but as far as I ever go is the fire sauce.
Fire sauce is the only way. The Diablo sauce tastes like vegetables, and I ain't trying to be that way.
No, me neither.
Yeah,
I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I just find this very soothing watching this guy fucking just make the greatest food that mankind has ever known.
What about, are you into, like, I don't know, I don't get on Facebook often, but every time, I mean, I guess Facebook knows, they know exactly what I want.
They know who you are.
And every single time I go down, it's not hot OnlyFans models anymore. It is just people just gorging themselves with like Popeyes or like Taco Bell, and I'm into it. I didn't know I was into this sort of thing, but like I just like watching people eat these foods for a minute, and then it makes me want it, and then I go do the same thing. I'm like, what is that?
I wish there was some sort of algorithm that could compel me to like go do sit-ups, or do some planking. It's not nearly as effective. I'm going to McDonald's as soon as this is done. Like I got a 2-hour break. There's no way I'm not getting it in.
Yeah, the algorithm's either going to make me stuff myself or jack off. One of the two. That's it's one of those two things.
These filters, the problem is that these hoes now, they're not just with the butt implants and the boob implants. It's like they've got the filters that they taper the waist and they make the hips bigger. I don't know how the fuck they're doing it.
I don't know, man. I think I'm going. The surgery's gotten so much now that like I've always gone back to like if I see a good old natural woman, that's what I'm freaking out.
Tough to find on Instagram though, dude.
No, it is, but it's just because it's just gotten to a point now they all look the same, man, the exact same.
You are so full of shit. If you saw one of those walking around at the soccer practice, you'd lose your mind.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, there's some. I don't know. It just feels like it's all gotten the same. There's something about the natural ones that do it for me.
You've been married for 100 years. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm I'm out the game, but like, just in terms of looks.
If you were single right now. Right now, you're single, right? But you got kids and everything. I'm not saying they disappear. Would you just date? Would you be like steamed up to go out and like?
Yeah, my wife and I have talked about. I don't think I would ever. At least, I mean, I don't think I'd get married again. I don't.
You talked about that with your wife? I wonder what circumstances.
We talk about like every once in a while, like if I died or like or if she died or like what would you do?
It ain't gonna be her,
right? I told her, I think I'd be on these apps, man. That'd be on Tinder or something. I think. I mean, I was on AOL clearly back in the day, so
I can't, man. What am I gonna do for these hoes? There's nothing I can. Dane, there's nothing I can offer them. I got a tiny dick and a big fat. Like I've buffaloed one that's as good as it's gonna get for me.
You got your own show. People, that alone will get you some clout.
On the internet. On the internet, everyone has a show on the internet. 100% of everybody but Dane Sullivan has a show on the internet.
But still, man, I mean, yeah, I don't know what I mean. But how else are people meeting people these days? They're not just going to the bar and looking up and all that stuff anymore. It is through the apps, is it? I don't know. I've been out the game so long. Like I said, I don't even know what I would do. What would you do?
I would probably move into the woods. Like I would probably want to remove myself even further from interacting with human beings, which is already a process that's happening as we speak. Like
you and me both.
Like I gotta go out to Comic-Con in July.
That sounds fun.
No, it doesn't.
San Diego?
Yeah.
Oh, I went there last summer.
You
that was
did?
my summer vacation. Yeah.
Comic-Con?
No, not Comic-Con. I went to San Diego it was my first time going to California last year. It was it's expensive.
No shit.
My God, it was expensive, but the beaches were beautiful.
Did you go to the Gas Lamp District?
I do not believe so. Maybe, I don't know. I stayed downtown in Little Italy or something.
It's pretty amazing. Like it's you understand why people are willing to put up with the bullshit that they put up with to live there.
Oh yeah. That's what I mean. It's beautiful. Now I mean, it was so congested. Like the highways, like driving on the highway was like the most insane experience I've ever had. Like even in the right lane, it was just people were just, just driving up all you, pushing you to, going 15, 20 miles over the speed limit. So it felt like I was on some weird speedway. But outside of that, no, I mean, it's beautiful out there.
West Coast drivers are of a different breed, and they put "the" in front of all the highways. So they say I have to drive on the 101 or the 202, and it just makes me irritable. Enoch says, I'm putting this out there now. The Dukes that goes out to Comic-Con is not the Dukes that returns. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm still holding out hope that I can treat it like a Pie Tasters concert and just no call, no show, and just bail out of it.
Why are you going in the first place if you don't want to go?
I can't announce it until 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, okay.
We're announcing it at 5 o'clock.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Maybe I'll meet you out there.
I mean, I'd love it if you wanted to come. There's gonna be. They said there's gonna be 55,000 people.
Oh yeah, I've never gone to
Diego.
one of those things. I'd be interested in going.
I mean, I could probably get you a pass. It sounds so fucking awful. And the other thing they do, Dane, is like DC does its own thing now. Like Marvel does its own thing. Star Wars does its own thing. So, who's still going to Comic-Con? Like, what are they still doing out there?
I have no clue, man. Cosplays, video games, video game franchises, I guess.
Bro, how long has our man here been making these fucking? I mean, we're not even. There's 10 minutes left in this video.
It's cathartic, man. It's relaxing.
No bullshit aside, like your kid working at McDonald's is so awesome. There's so many entitled shithead kids that won't fucking do anything. I'm not going to name any names, but there's people in my personal life. I could dox the shit out of them right now. They have these awful fucking children. He's going to learn so many life lessons, and it's going to give him so much more context. The next job he has,
and it's just like I see all the I've every once in a while Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and like people are like, oh, I would never charge my kids anything to live with me. My son pays and it's not even covering anything that it covers his cell phone and his insurance. I make him pay me $250 a month, and I don't.
How old is he?
He's 19.
Yeah, that's fuck yeah, you should pay.
That's what I'm saying. He's paying. I have him give me $125 a check. And like I see people just ripping parents. Oh, I would never make my child pay for anything. What are you talking about?
And those motherfuckers are the reasons why we're in the state that we're in right now. These entitled weirdos.
Nah, man. Yeah, he's getting some good experience. Do I wish he had better grades a little bit? Maybe he went to the university here, maybe. But he's doing like a combination of community college and working at McDonald's. So he's doing a lot.
Man. He's just got to find a skill or a passion. Like, don't worry about that. Don't fucking.
Well, I never did. So good luck to him.
You fucking find a way. You're not still working at the post office overnight.
No, that's true. Yeah. No. I've built a fine career up to this point, but I wish I was doing more. That's all.
I thought about fucking working at McDonald's, just like if they would let me work there like 8 hours a week, just like 2 4-hour shifts. Just so I can, first of all, you get all the free food.
Feel something.
I want to feel something, Dane. I want to feel something, without having to sit there with a cigarette burning my fucking forearm. Like that's the only way I feel something now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to do it, man. I mean, I know people that work like Foot Locker part-time just to get discounts on shoes. I mean, whatever your passion is, man.
Just to feel like a person.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Lori says, good job, Dane. Kids have more respect for things they have to pay for and not have it handed to them. I think we all agree on that.
Absolutely.
And DC Sports Mark said, Dane's son is being a productive member of society, and that's great. Yeah, I mean, I know 3 people right now their kids they have no fucking shot, and they couldn't hold a job. They couldn't hold a job at McDonald's if you paid them all the money in the fucking world.
Oh no, he's coming up. Yeah, he's coming up on like 2 years, I think, doing that. And he worked there before in Virginia before we moved. So yeah, man.
Has he thought about? I got a friend in high school that got a job at McDonald's, and he's a general manager of one now, and he makes 6 fucking figures.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, if he wants to go that route, I would completely support. I don't think he's thinking that far ahead yet, but I mean, he seems to be doing well enough that they like him there. I talk to his manager every once in a while, so yeah, I mean, whatever he wants to do, man, as long as he's working.
Do you have a Buc-ee's by you?
No, we have. They just built a Maverick, which I've never heard of that one.
No.
It's like a gas station. There's something called an All Sups Have you
Oh,
heard of that?
I love all subs.
They're
yeah.
building one right down the street from me. Like I'll be able to walk to it from my house, which I'm a little concerned about. But
Yeah, the all subs is big in Texas. I've been to a bunch of those. Oh, look at this! Welcome to Maverick Adventures First Stop. How do I not know about this? I am heavy. I am heavy in the fucking
gas station.
You know me, Dane. That's the only thing I'm passionate about in my whole life.
Yeah, I haven't actually been here yet. It's brand new here.
Bonfire food only at Mavericks.
They only build 3 things here. They build gas stations, car washes, and dispensaries. That's it. That's the only thing that's ever weed dispensaries.
You got to get out of New Mexico, man. You got to get over to fucking Arizona.
Yeah, we're looking into it. In fact, I'll be checking it out here a couple days.
All right, here you go. $4 meal deal, hot dog, and a large fountain drink. I'll take that
every time.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell Biker Sean. He was saying all that dumbass shit about Burger King. And I'm like, bro, the double cheeseburger big bite at 7-Eleven with chili and cheese on it shits on everything that Burger King has.
There's no 7-Elevens here, man. I forgot what it's like, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, but do you have Quick Trip?
Yeah, we do have Quick Trip.
Quick Trip is the shit.
Circle K.
Yeah.
Which the Circle K used to have a Santa Fe grill in it. And then, unfortunately, they disbanded and went under the burritos, the breakfast burritos at the Circle K Santa Fe Grill. Oh my God,
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, but I gotta get to that Maverick now. Now you're making me think. I still haven't been there. They opened it 3 months ago, and I haven't haven't tried it yet.
All right, here's what I'm telling you, and this is why you gotta. Okay, so you gotta move to Texas because that's where Buc-ee's is. I'm looking at the wages here. Cashier. Starting warehouse stocker, $18 an hour. Restroom crew, $20 an hour. Assistant food service manager, $42 an hour. Assistant general manager, $150,000 a year.
What?
Food service manager, $175,000, and then the general manager of a Buc-ee's makes $225,000 a year. 401k.
What are we doing, man?
I don't know.
What are we doing with our lives? Should be running a Buc-ee's.
Let me see if I can pull this shit. They don't Dane, I've looked into this. You don't understand how deep I am. They don't fucking franchise.
I definitely looked into franchising a Chick-fil-A.
Why wouldn't you?
Or no, it was Bojangles actually.
Oh, it's a little stereotypical. You gotta stay away from that. Bojangles is the shit, though. I'm with you on that.
I miss Bojangles. There's nothing that's not here either.
Bro, they built one in Sterling. I drive out there all the time.
Oh, you know what? They built that right before I moved. I definitely went.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, that's crazy,
man. 100% match up to 6% 401k. So that means you put 6% of your 401k, they're going to give you 12%.
Yeah, that's a good deal. I need to get my wife on this, man. She needs to get back working again.
I told my wife when it goes to shit, when these people wise up and stop sending me super checks, which by the way happened like an hour ago, so it's gonna happen. And we're moving to Texas, and that both of us are working at Buc-ee's because we'll both have health insurance and 401ks, and we'll get all that food for free with the brisket tacos
and unlimited soda. Yes.
Oh, Matthew Gross is saying the Maverick bought Come and Go. Yeah, I'm bummed Come and Go isn't a thing anymore.
Come and Go. Oh, it's not a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
One of the best stories ever is Dane's son telling him, "Hey, you want to get these hands?" What story is that, Dane?
God, I don't remember that one. I mean, my son is. I mean, there was one time he kind of challenged me for a second, but I don't know if he said you want to come get these hands. Well, I don't remember that. Maybe.
If he said that, it would be the great. If we had a drop of that, I would never stop playing it.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I was embellishing a bit on that one. I don't remember. I don't remember that one.
All right, Eric, if you remember, that was the great Eric Nagel, who owns the best shirt. Send me the story, or at least give me a couple more. Maybe we can jog his memory next time. Buc-ee's about ready to open a new location in the West Valley of Phoenix. There you go, Dane. I'm telling you, West Valley of Phoenix. It's within an hour of the city. It's beautiful. They built it all up. It's half the cost. The stadiums are out there. Like that's where the Cardinals. That's where you are.
I gotta get there, man. I've been to Arizona like 3 times now, but every single time it's Tucson, and that is not a
no. That's the asshole of the state.
Yeah, it's not a good representation. I'm like, well, this is a half step up from where I'm at. Like,
dude, when we lived there, we took a trip down to Tucson. They're like, oh, we're gonna have a romantic weekend, and I've never seen so many meth heads. It was the fucking worst, dude.
Well, I thought isn't Tucson where the university's at?
Arizona, University of Arizona.
Yeah.
But ASU is the good one. That's the one with all the hot chicks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, we don't even have 40 shirts yet. All right, I'm plugging this, and then I am not going to say it anymore. You people have done nothing but disappoint me today, and this is the shirt. There's a goddamn. Are we at 250 likes yet? It's all falling apart.
Shirt, man. It looks like the Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Isn't that dope? Yeah, it's got the logo on it. It definitely we didn't rip off Tecmo Bowl. No chance.
That's what it was. Yeah, Tecmo Bowl.
It's got the logo on the sleeve. What size do you wear? I'm gonna send you one. Will you wear it? You'll throw it away. You wipe your ass with it.
One of the three. We'll figure it out. But 3X, man. Try 3X.
You know what would be funny, Dane, is if we did a big reveal the next time you're on the show where you let us know if you wore it, if you wiped your ass with it, or you lit it on fire.
Yeah, like I said, it'll probably be all three by that time. Yeah. Depending on the day, depending on what memory I have.
Things go off the rails when you go around to Taco Bell for round 2.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get you. How about Bus? Please charge me for a 3X and give me your address. I'll send you.
Okay.
It says the date you were on the episode. You're a part of the show.
That's right.
All right, if we get to 70, we will have a big announcement today, and if we don't, we fucking won't. I'm not bending the rules for you chintzy cheap bastards. It's just not gonna fucking happen. All right, buddy, it's great to see you. Thank you for doing this.
Great to see
I always
you
appreciate
as well,
it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, hit me up, man. Let me know.
I will, and I'll send you a shirt, and that ass will never be cleaner.
Greetings. This is Bry from Natural Red Catering. When I'm not crushing cheese balls and snoring with my eyes open, I'm eating at Punta Cana in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. The perfect restaurant to ruin a quinceañera at. Do yourself a favor. Order 2 giant Pacificos at Punta Cana and then vomit in front of a preteen in the parking lot. You want to have a better time on the Outer Banks? Take it from me, Bry. Order the enchiladas at Punta Cana and then steeple your fingers over your chest and don't ever say a word. Your friends will resent you, and you'll be a huge burden. Just remember to never say thank you. And tell them Bry sent you.
Nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover. A big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor. Keep the women and me. Better find you a basement. Worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rolled over Boston. Never let us back in. We blew out the lights. Kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said, who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm, or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel.
What's up, my turkeys? It's me, the Ant-Man. If you need to buy or sell a home in the Northern Virginia area, make sure to hit up Joe Azer at 571-989-2937. That's 571-989-AZER. I myself have no need for his services because I live with my parents at 47 years of age. I've chosen to wait them out, but don't be like me. Whether it's a condo, townhouse, or single-family home, the chances of you not seeing your mother and father being romantic are dramatically reduced when you own your own home. So call Joe, 571-989-AZER. By the way, he's a lifelong Cowboy fan.
With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor.
Hi there, this is Radio's Gigantor from Both Types of Sports. Now, I'm not old, like you people, but if I wanted a vacation to Disney or Universal Studios, I know just the spot to stay, because I'm young and ripped. Dreamstay Getaways has 3 amazing houses with resort amenities right next to Disney. These are big houses that fit everyone. You're getting themed bedrooms for the kids, private pools, game rooms, media rooms, and big comfortable spaces for everyone to hang out. The houses are in resorts. They have free water parks, arcades, gyms, lazy rivers, athletic courts, and mini golf. Don't burn all your money going into the theme parks every day. Hang out in the gated resort community. Don't waste money on Airbnb fees and rent some dump from someone who doesn't care about your experience. Check out dreamstaygetaways.us to see the houses and give them a follow on Instagram and Facebook.
Oh, look, we're right where we left off. Welcome back to Chad Dukes versus the world. Thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm your host with the most, the Shoodster. Doing pretty good numbers, but they're not good enough. I was just taking a look at the likes. Just taking a look at the likes, and it looks like you guys are slacking on your pimping. Turn it up. See, the money ain't a thing, but the likes are. We need to get to 300 likes. We are at 257. Hit the like button. It is free, willing, and able right there. Grab it, wrestle it to the ground, get us back into the algorithm. For some reason, we're doing really well on Facebook today. I don't know why. If you're watching on X or you're watching on Facebook, F all that noise. Come on over to the tuber and grab a like for yourself. We would love to have you. Speaking of loving to have people, thank you to Big Dane Aye Mayne for coming on the program. But it is always great to have back-to-back wonderful people to speak to. And my buddy Johnny Flakes Cakes Auville, John Hot Dog John Coffin, as some of you may know him, is they're rocking the Commonwealth Dry Goods beanie. Thank you so much for the brand recognition, my friend.
What's up, big shooter?
Appreciate that.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Well, I gotta ask you a question. Is Drab your boss now? Is that how could that possibly fucking be?
He's, as far as I know, he's now the new Team 980 brand manager. I think is the exact wording, the title. So good for Drab T-shirt. Moving up in the world, getting new titles to jam onto his business card. Like I'm sure people use business cards in 2025. What a dinosaur I am. I don't think Drab's technically our boss. Now he is straddling that fine line between producer / talent and management. Like it's a high wire act that Drab T-shirt is pulling off right now. But kudos to him for getting that promotion.
Yeah, kudos to him, except you can't trust anybody that wears slacks. Like, it's always going to be programming versus the suits. And it's true.
It's a good point.
And why can't they just say program director? Like, why? It's just like they can't say UFO anymore. What is offensive about program director?
I don't know, man. I think it's frowned upon because, radio is, it's a dinosaur. We're like we're dying out over here in radio, man. Like, it's not cool to just be, like, pigeonhole. I think they feel like it's pigeonholing you, like calling a pro. Like I think they feel like it's an outdated term. I don't know, dude. I'm the furthest from like a radio insider that there is, so I don't know how all of that that behind the scenes stuff works. But yeah, I don't know. Radio's a weird business, man. Populated by a lot of weird people. Like that's just the way it is.
Unfortunately, it's populated by one less weird person these last 3.5 years, but we won't make that into an issue. Yeah. It is good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
I want to talk a little bit of business with you, just to get the context of you guys. I did a lot of I did a lot of shows about they just got blown out by the Eagles. I mean, what I'm known for is screaming about bad losses for the Washington football franchise, and you guys have had to deal with the same shit. What has this past season been like as far as covering it? You don't get a lot of opportunity. I mean, no disrespect to the Nationals and to the Capitals, them winning championships is wonderful for the city, but it's not the football team doing well. What has this season been like?
Oh, it's been unbelievable. I mean, you've lived here your entire life. You know what DC, Maryland, and Virginia are like when the team now known as the Commanders, and I get goofed on for saying that they're going to change that name eventually. And look, a lot of people are like, they're winning a shit ton of games now. They're not going to change the name. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's fine. That's another argument for another day. But yeah, I mean, the town's on fire for the Commanders. I mean, Jayden Daniels has been even better than I think the wildest expectations for him could have been. Like the combo of that piece of shit Dan Snyder being gone and bringing in a real GM, blowing Ron out. Dan Quinn turned out to be a masterful hire. Like everything is just working. Everything's in synergy, but it's let's be honest, it's all about the quarterback. Like Dan Quinn, he wouldn't look so great if it weren't for the heroics and just how special Jayden Daniels has been as a rookie. And it's been great to cover because you've been in the trenches when the team is 5-11, and all you care about at that point is just trying to keep the audience involved somehow. Like people are apathetic. That they're dropping off and they're not listening to the same extent and, with the same passion as they are when the team is winning. So it's been great. It's been amazing.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm sure Dan Quinn got to a Super Bowl. Cliff Kingsbury is respected. I think Terry McLaurin's a fabulous player, but I think there's some smoke and mirrors going on here because I think Jayden's that fucking good. Like, I don't think this is a great football team and they don't have great skill position players. Defense is suspect, but his energy and his cool, calm, collected in the fourth quarter, like whatever that is rubbing off on everybody. So that's why when I see Cliff Kingsbury's getting all these interviews, and Dan Quinn is just, he's our Dan Campbell. They're the same guy. It's like, is he? Or what if Jared Goff was here's what I said, Cakes. I said if Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback of the Washington Commanders, they would have lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And if Jayden Daniels was the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, they would win their third Super Bowl. And I kind of stand by that. So I don't know if there's anybody else that kind of feels that way or they believe this is some sort of collective, awakening for the franchise.
I'm totally with you as far as it's Jayden Daniels, it's Terry McLaurin, and then it's a bunch of, let's be honest, and it's no disrespect to a lot of these guys, a lot of like guys on 1-year deals, guys toward the end of their careers. Like Bobby Wagner's been a great story, but I mean, let's not act like he still has 5 years left in the tank. Like he was brought in more to be a guy like a culture guy in the locker room to help instill, like professionalism and being a super hard worker. Like, there are a lot of pieces on this team that aren't going to be here in 2 or 3 years. And that's okay. Like Adam Peters, like he went out and tried to find like culture and fit guys like Frankie Louvu, Wagner. You bring in a Tyler Biadasz to upgrade the offensive line. He's been a real find as well. But like, what is this team going to look like in 2 or 3 years when Peters has 2 or 3 more drafts under his belt, 2 or 3 more free agency classes to really, layer that talent around Jayden Daniels? And look, we know that they have the unicorn right now. They have a really good rookie quarterback that's not making a lot of money. And when you have that, then you can really go for it. You can spend a lot of money. You can go out and splurge on some other spots because you're not paying Jayden Daniels $55-60 million yet. They will be paying him that money, but that's a few years down the road.
Well, think about what's it going to be. It's going to be $70 million when he's ready to get his bite of the apple.
It's crazy. It's absurd. But I mean, Josh Harris is going to he's going to pay him the second he's available to get paid that money, as he should. Jayden Daniels has resurrected a basically dead franchise, and I'm sure that Chad that was part of the reason why you just. You had enough with the franchise where you kind of broke up with them and said, you know what, I'm going to go root for the Tennessee Titans. And you know what? I know that you probably take a lot of shit for that from people.
You have no idea.
I know you do. I've seen the comments, but you know what? Who cares?
Fuck them.
Who cares? You got one life to live, my friend. And if you get sick of the team that you're rooting for and you want to root for a different team because you got treated like garbage by the owner for 20 plus years, it is your right as an American, Chad Dukes, to do that, to turn your back on the Commanders and go root for the Titans. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I grew up rooting for the Raiders. Now, that's fine. I liked the Raiders as a kid and kind of, through college and whatever. But then I got, bastardized by fantasy football. And then, like, in the last few years, I'm like, why am I rooting for the Raiders? First of all, like, it doesn't make sense because I'm rooting for all the local teams. I've lived here my whole life. I have no real connection with the Raiders other than that when I was a stupid kid, I liked the silver and black and the eye, the guy with the eye patch on the uniform, greatest uniform in sports, whatever. But you know what? Chad, I grew up. Okay? I grew up and I got rid of childish things like rooting for the Raiders. So I'm kind of like, I've been swept up in the Jayden Daniels mania, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And if people want to give me shit about it, who cares?
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Who cares?
It's like being swept up in Squid Game. Like, it's entertaining. I'm enjoying it, and it's something new and exciting. Like,
it's fun.
Why wouldn't I?
It's fun.
Why the motherfuckers that get in my mentions like, you can't come crawling back now. It's like, no, but I've been watching football my whole life, and I can acknowledge I've never seen a rookie raise up an entire franchise like this Cakes. I know CJ Stroud was fantastic. Like, we've seen rookies come in and perform well. I've never seen anything.
It's been
like
amazing.
What Jayden does. And I'm one of those guys that said he's too skinny. He's going to get hurt. He's not going to make it, and was completely wrong about all that.
Yeah, I mean, he had the rib issue that dogged him for a couple games, but other than that, I mean, he's been fantastic. I mean, 31 total touchdowns, rushing for almost 900 yards, and he's taken a dead and dormant franchise and he's made them relevant again. You mentioned Squid Game. You know who is not a big Squid Game person?
Who?
Eric Bickle.
That doesn't shock me at all.
My showmates on the Junkies, obviously. Not a Squid Game guy. He is not a big fan. I'm through, I think, 4 episodes. I've enjoyed it. I like the first season. I'm enjoying the second season. That is something that is not for one Eric Bickle. It's not his cup of tea.
No, I'm a big follower of Eddie B. Hates, and I think that whenever I think of myself as too big of a curmudgeon, I just listen to a little bit of what Bickle goes through in his life, and then I realize, I'm not too bad. Look, I unfortunately watched it after he might be suffering from what I did. I've just heard about it too much, and I think when I finally sat down to watch it, it just wasn't as shocking to me as I thought that it was going to be. But the first season's great. Second season, I really get the feeling Netflix got heavily involved, and it's way more Western audience, I think, than the first season was. But that doll turning its head around, I mean, how can you not get fired up for that scene?
Yeah, of course. By the way, this was a big flashpoint topic on the Junkies. When you watch Squid Game, please tell me that you're team subtitles and you're not listening to the horribly dubbed speaking English.
I'm so lazy and stupid. I think that's the way I watched both seasons. I didn't even think about it until now. And it's awful because the overdubs are just, they don't sound anything like they would coming out of their mouth. It's terrible.
And plus I'm old and I've got my ears ring like Lars Ulrich from Metallica. So I need subtitles, man. It doesn't matter if they're speaking Korean or freaking English. I'm a subtitles guy, except for when unless I'm watching the Commanders or the Capitals.
Sure.
You can't have subtitles on during sports. But for any movies or stuff I'm streaming on TV, it's all subtitles all the time, baby. Pedal down to the metal.
My broad puts on the subtitles for everything because I can't hear and see
Princess
anymore.
Dukes.
Yeah, that's
Let me clap it up for Princess Dukes. By the way, I watched the latest Quiet Place with my son in the basement. And I enjoyed it. I like all the Quiet Place movies.
They're fine.
It's not my wife's thing. It's not Amy's thing. But we were listening to it so loud. She literally thought that there was an earthquake. She experienced the entire movie. Sure. And she was on the 3rd level of the house. And we were watching in the basement. And I don't generally think anything is too loud. And when I was watching it, when those goddamn aliens were sneaking up on everybody, when they heard one little peep, it literally felt like the roof was caving in on my house. But I loved it. My son and I loved it.
Have you seen Nosferatu?
Have not. I wanted to go see it. Is it really good?
I am not. That guy is a fucking weirdo, like that Robert Eggers guy. Like, I want somebody to check his hard drive because I mean that Lighthouse movie is one of the more disturbing movies I've ever watched.
Lighthouse is very disturbing. I watched that with my wife, and because sexy Bob Pattinson is one of the co-stars, but she's more used to the Edward Cullen Bob Pattinson, not the one who's a curmudgeonly lighthouse steward that's hanging out with Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, that may or may not be banging Willem Dafoe. I still can't figure that. Has she seen Good Time? Have you watched that movie with her?
I don't know if I watched that movie with her. I saw that movie.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a big steaming pile.
Did you really?
I did. I hated that movie. You like that movie?
It's bleak. Well, the sparkly vampire guy is like a completely different. It made me think, oh, he's a real actor.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's definitely got acting chops. There's no doubt about it. He's not just a sexy, brooding vampire in the Pacific Northwest. Forks, Washington, in case you've forgotten that, Drab.
Why the fuck do you know that? That's just awful.
I'm a twihard. Come on.
You got to read this one, Cakes.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Let me see. I missed Dane in time for a G and Top Junkie. Fuck everyone. Very nice.
Well, this is Mike from Don't Sleep Energy, who of course is a big Junkies fan. He sponsors Drab's podcast, but he's a sponsor on my show. You love him. Have you met him before? He's a mensch's mensch. He's a pervert though.
I don't think we've met in person, but we do appreciate his support, and he obviously supports you and a lot of other local outlets. So good for him.
He literally keeps the lights on in my studio, so this man can do no wrong. And he sent $100 super chat, so I can't fucking when we get $100 super chats, Cakes, we do this bit. I don't know if this is going to make you uncomfortable, but we buy a cigar from everybody, and the cigar, they just happen to have a particular spokesperson.
Sooner or later, you're going to try a White Owl, and when you do, we got you. Maybe we'll get you with the Great White Owl flavor or the mildness, or one of the Great White Owl shapes, like this, New Yorker. But we're going to get you. You know we're going to get you. It's only a matter of time. And then we're going to get him, White Owl. We're going to get him. We're going to get you.
It's a little different with the context we have now.
Yeah, I'm sad to admit that I spent way too many of my formative years with, of course, Fat Albert. I mean,
of course.
Who didn't love Fat Albert? And I'm not talking about the one with Kenan Thompson, that garbage. No. I'm talking about the OG Fat Albert. And, of course, The Cosby Show. I mean, I was a big Cosby Show mark back in the day. I wish I had all those hours back.
Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, 10 out of 10. Mushmouth, Rudy, Old Weird Harold, all of the fucking
absolutely.
OG. Did you ever listen to the Cosby stand-up routines where he fleshes out all those characters that actually turned into the animated series?
I don't think I've digested that.
They're fucking fantastic.
Worth a listen.
It sucks because I have all the albums. Like I got all of them on vinyl, and when he was getting busted for all of his shit, like nobody wanted those anymore. So I just went around to all the record stores and picked them up for like.
Very nice. I need to come out and it's been too long since I've been to Commonwealth Dry Goods and Mobius Records. I need to add. My vinyl collection is pathetic. I need to add to it. It's too small.
Is it? May I?
You want to see?
No. May I?
Sure.
Is it hurting?
It's a little bit hectic. It could be bigger. It could be more expansive.
When I was doing Bode and CDVTW and Drab was still on your show, he would still use Junkies lingo, which of course I had to work out when I was your intern because I remember Lisa Warden was just like, you can't say what they say. They say it, you can't say it. I'm like, all right, I understand. So it's like getting rid of a Baltimore accent, which I know you went through. So
well, that was tough, but it had to be done.
Whenever Drab was, whenever he was on the show and I was going to drop Junkies lingo, I would ask him permission. So I just thought it would be fitting if I asked you.
Hold on, let me grab one of like the 8 or 9 albums that I own. I believe it was courtesy of one big shooter. Hold on one second.
Please do. Thank you, Mike from Don't Sleep. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Please use the Dukes promo code when you order to get 10 to 13% off.
Look at this.
Oh,
pairing from Rat. Reach for the Sky. This is something my old Chad Dukes.
I forget, Cakes, was the guitar that I got you, was that signed by Rat or Striper? I forget.
That was signed by the greatest Christian metal band of all time, They always wore yellow and black. Striper. I mean, what a great bit that is, Drab. I called you Drab. Chad going on stage with nothing but Bumblebee themed yellow and black outfits and just belting out hits about God.
Who's your favorite band that Ronnie James Dio fronted for?
Favorite? Ooh.
Because Elf is really good, Rainbow's really good, Dio's really good, and Sabbath is really good.
I'm more of a Dio purist. I think he did his best work fronting Dio. But I mean, you can't minimize what he did with Black Sabbath. I mean, replacing Ozzy. He didn't do that many albums with them. But for me, it's Dio. It's like Holy Diver. Like some of those albums were just unbelievable.
Yeah, Man on the Silver Mountain though, with
Smash,
just unbelievable.
Just a great tune.
Got some chatters here. Fat tax, 241 pounds. If you are over 240 pounds and you are in the chat, you owe a fat tax. $1.99 super chat. I don't make the rules. We just enforce them. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you very much. Aubrey Knight, $2. Thank you. Cakes rank no remorse from Metallica.
Rank it as opposed like on a 1 to 10 scale. Like
I would say, where would it be in a top 10 for you or no?
A top 10 Metallica tune?
Yeah.
Gonna have to go no on that.
Yeah.
Have to say no there. No Remorse it's okay. It's an okay offering off of Kill 'Em All, but it's not their finest work. If I had to pick a song or two off of Kill 'Em All, Four Horsemen is amazing.
Yeah.
Hit the Lights, a classic. I would certainly rank those above No Remorse. Oh, Jump in the Fire. Don't sleep on that. Pretty damn good too.
Are you one of these Metallica purists that get to the Black Album and then just get pissed off at everything that they made after that and during that album? I hate that shit. Like, I understand that people enjoy the more thrash metal side of their catalog, and I like a lot of that stuff too. There's so many fucking good songs on the Black Album, and then I like a lot of their shit they're doing where they're covering, like that cover they do of Tuesday's Gone with John Popper and Les Claypool. That is a fucking smash.
Yeah, I'm not one of these guys who just claims that after Master of Puppets, or after, And Justice for All, everything went downhill. Like, you have so many great tunes post, the Black Album and post Black Album. Is every album a start to finish listen through classic like Ride the Lightning or Master of Puppets? No, but there's still plenty of great material there. You just have to sift through it a little bit more.
Anybody that doesn't like King Nothing because it didn't come out in 1988, it's like you're just a contrarian.
I think off the same album, but it's definitely Load Reload era. Hero of the Day.
Oh my God, what a great song!
I mean, it's a 15 out of 10, Chad. Why do I keep calling you Drab? I don't understand what is happening here.
Hey, I'm harkening back to a pure time when I was fucking still affiliated with your goddamn outfit. Travis Hawfield, 265. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate the super chat. And Largemouth Ass drops to 20 spot. Thank you, Largemouth Ass. Rainbow Rising is Dio's finest work. One of the greatest jacket art covers of all time too.
Did Rainbow, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad.
Yes.
Rainbow did, you're gonna laugh. They did Cinch. Is it what's the title?
Well, now you're talking about the band Rainbow?
Yes.
Okay.
Since You've Been Gone. Now, not the Kelly Clarkson hit.
Yes. No, Since You've Been Gone is the Rainbow song off of Down to Earth. I think it's 80, 79, somewhere around there.
I think that song gets killed because everybody thought it was too poppy and too too sappy. That song's a smash. Yeah, now, that's not Ronnie James Dio singing. That's somebody else.
No.
Graham Bonnet, is that?
I think you might have it.
I might have pulled it.
We'll see if Largemouth Ass can confirm that. I know that he.
I mean, that's a great song. Now, Rainbow is a little bit of a blind spot for me. I don't have the deepest knowledge of them. I just know a little bit about them.
Have you heard the version of Fear of the Dark by Iron Maiden, of course, where they're in Rock in Rio and there's 500,000 people in the fucking audience?
I think I've seen that on YouTube before.
You can listen to it. It's on Spotify. It's the most, they know every word. And
when the crowd is going, oh, oh,
it gets me so fired up.
So good. Those guys are, have you seen them live before?
Yeah.
Like, even in their mid 60s, and I know their drummer, Nico McBrain, had to step away recently. He's had health issues. He had a stroke a few years ago, and then still continued to play. He continued to play drums for Iron Maiden after having a stroke, which is just blows my mind.
Well,
but those guys, even in their mid to late 60s, like if you go see them live, they are fucking amazing. They probably put 90% of the bands that are like 30 years old and younger to shame with their energy level, their musicianship, the theatrics. I mean, like if you're into Iron Maiden at all, like go see them in the next 3 to 5 years, like before it's too late.
You're saying their on-stage demeanor is more effective than Machine Gun Kelly? I can't imagine why that would possibly be. The other thing too, Cakes, though, Maiden kind of pisses me off because it's an example of how I think America is the best country. But Maiden comes and they play the MCI Center or whatever they call it now.
Yeah.
When they're in the United Kingdom or they're in Brazil or they're anywhere else, they're playing stadiums every other place in this planet. Right. And it's like, why can't we figure out that Iron Maiden should be playing the same places the Rolling Stones are?
It's a great question. I mean, trust me, when I sing the praises of Iron Maiden in our show Cocoon, people look at me like I am a serial killer. Like they don't understand. Like when I tell them like this band you understand this band gets no radio airplay. They've been around since the 70s, and they can go to Brazil, like you mentioned, or they could show up in freaking Poland tomorrow and like sell out 2 or 3 nights at a soccer stadium.
Yeah.
Like they could go to Australia and play for a month and they'd have packed houses in rugby stadiums that hold 50,000+. Like they still are a major draw. And I'm with you, Drab. Like I'm Drab. I'm going to leave now.
I just got to figure out where that's coming from.
I hate myself. I hate myself. I'm being very disrespectful.
Not at all.
To my guy, Big Shooter. I'm calling you Drab 1,000 times. Well, anyway.
You're the top guy on the Junkies for musical taste. I mean, JP has the worst musical taste, but EB's right there. And I know you guys are friends with OAR, but it's like, oh, fucking Christ, is there anything with balls that when you were just playing Breaking the Law, coming in and out of breaks when Valdez would play it nonstop, I'd fucking bick about it constantly.
Chad, do you understand? I think on 3 occasions just this week, I was these ringing ears were subjected to the latest LiAngelo Ball rap offering.
Oh my God.
And I wanted to jump out our second story window and land on my head every time I heard it. It's so bad.
I was in Phoenix, and I think I remember listening to you guys on the stream when Paris Hilton's fucking single came out. And I remember EB talking about what a hit it was, and she had a music career coming in front of her. And I'm just like, we're just not built the same. I mean, it just can't be. We have anything in common. Mike from Don't Sleep, $50 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Does JCA ever want to kick the shit out of the Flamemeister? Be honest. I think you get this question a lot. I'm sure everybody does.
The answer is no. Like we've been doing this for almost 30 years. We've known each other for literally 50 years. Are there going to be disagreements and arguments and, where we're not going to see eye to eye on a lot of things? Of course. But I mean, not to the level where there are going to be fisticuffs or people are going to be, like now.
From time to time, maybe.
There have been a couple of skirmishes over like sure. One skirmish over the years, but I think for 28 years in radio, having like one physical, altercation in almost 30 years, I think that's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good track record.
And it's 4 dudes in a room. Like people don't understand how intimate radio is, and you're never locked in a room with someone that you're interacting with the way you are in radio. It's not a hard job. I'm not trying to put it that way. It just uses different muscles with like your personality and the way that you deal with people. Like if LeVar and I were just in separate studios the entire time, I think things would have gone much smoother. But also, I've been in more fights with John Paul Flame than any of the other Junkies. If you think about it, I'm the only one that's been in a real fister with him.
Yeah. It's a good point you bring up about the dynamic of
it's strange, man,
of radio, because like you're like EB is sitting literally 2 feet away from me. He's 2 feet away from me to the right. Jason is directly across from me, like 3 feet away. JP's 4 feet away diagonally. So like you're in like, it's like close quarters combat. Like, I mean, it's not like we're not actively like obviously physically fighting each other, but there's, you know, different viewpoints, different angles people are taking on whatever we're talking about. And, you know, it can get heated. It can definitely get heated at times. I mean, you know that. You know how all that dynamic plays out from time to time.
Well, not every host has known each other since they're fucking kids. And then there's other little shit. Like there's somebody just stop farting, dude. Like we all have to be in here all day. You have to stop fucking farting because
of course.
I can't sit here like this. Or someone chews their nails. It's like little shit that you don't even think about. Which I was so grateful when I was doing the show by myself. Like I didn't have to worry about any of that fucking crap. It was amazing.
By the way, I don't know if people are people sleeping on the Judas Priest
a little bit
sleeveless vest, the one Chad Dukes gifted me. Looks pretty good, right?
I always like to keep Cakes. Like if Cakes decides he wants to become a metal god, like I want to make sure that you don't have to buy any gear. You can just go right into it.
Exactly.
No cost and no overhead.
I mean, I literally have 20 Iron Maiden t-shirts. I've got a Judas Priest sleeveless vest. I've got a million beanies. I'm good. I'm good to go. I'm ready.
All right, I want to say don'tsleepenergy.com. Use the Dukes promo code. Thank you so much, Mike. I think you're leader in the clubhouse for super chats today. Largemouth asked $20. Thank you, buddy. Rainbow was Richie Blackmore's side project from Deep Purple that had a rotating cast. Yeah, we know that. I mean, I know that. I was just Cakes wanted to know the lead singer's name at that era that we were talking about, I think. But thank you, buddy. And Largemouth asked, by the way, only slightly autistic. He locks in on shit and kind of bites a hold of it like a fucking pit bull. So,
by the way, I officially snooze on Richie Blackmore's guitar genius.
Okay.
Like I know that he's like regarded as one of the greats, but like I've never put him in a category like Tony Iommi or Eddie Van Halen or, you know, guys of that caliber. And look, I'm no guitar expert or guitar snob. I'm just throwing out a few names of guys that are, you know, like top of the top best guitarists ever.
The problem for me is like I've listened to Exile on Main Street by the Rolling Stones 7 million times, and I've listened to Shotgun Willie 7 million times. Like, there's just so many fucking hours in the day where you can consume music. Now, are you surprised? Thank you very much, Largemouth ass, for the super chat. Cakes, I was under the assumption that Brian Johnson from AC/DC is stone deaf because I believe not only is he the lead singer of AC/DC, but he drag races cars as his other hobby.
Did not know that.
You think your tinnitus is bad. That guy's got the tinnitus. They're going out on tour in 2025. AC/DC is.
And they're playing stadiums too, man. They're playing the big rooms. They're playing Northwest Stadium. So look, good for them. I mean, how much longer are some of these bands going to tour? Like, if again, I was talking about going to see Iron Maiden, you know, within the next few years. If you're an AC/DC fan, go out and see them because, like, it's why, like, I took my wife to go see Aerosmith like 4 or 5 years ago when they played MGM National Harbor because I'd never seen Aerosmith, which was just a big flaw, a hole in my game.
Yeah,
and like
flaw in your character.
Yeah, exactly. And like, when am I going to get to see them in a 4,000 seat intimate place? You know, like Aerosmith's playing like Capital One Arena. They're playing, you know, the biggest rooms. So I'm glad I got to see them. And now they've hung it up.
Yeah.
They're no longer touring. So like some of these older bands, you got to go out and see them while they're still active and together and they have most of their members together.
Quick Aerosmith story for you. Do you remember Aaron the Stalk of Corn?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he tried to rip me off for tickets to go see Aerosmith. Me and Ant-Man were going to go up. I think the closest they were coming was Philadelphia. So we wanted to go up and see them because, like you, it's like they're never going to come around again. They ultimately canceled the tour. That motherfucker tried to charge us $800 a ticket and act like he was doing us some favor. And then Ant-Man went right over to SeatGeek or whatever it was. And there were $300 left. And I'll never forget that. Like, I'll never forget that motherfucker trying to juice me for the Aerosmith tickets.
Man, he's trying to gouge you.
Two of my favorite concerts of all time were Aerosmith. Unbelievable 9 Lives tour. I saw them at Nissan Pavilion at the time.
Yep.
And at the Cap Center. Or
Very
whatever.
nice.
Not the Capitol Center. Again, MCI. How do you keep track of the names of the buildings? They fucking change so much. I'm so glad I don't have
Capitol Center. Capitol Center was my spot back in the day. I mean, three of us grew up literally 10 minutes away from Capitol Center. I mean, it's a place where I saw my first concert. Does Chad Dukes remember my first concert? This is a good
Chad the Stalker question from back in the day. Yeah.
Cakes trivia question. What was my first ever concert? I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
Okay.
It was at the Capitol Center. It was 1980s. I think it was 1986. It was not a heavy metal show.
Okay.
It was, all right, I think this is a pretty big hint. A Canadian rock band that used to be really big. Not like Bryan Adams. And here was the opening band. The Hooters.
The Hooters?
The Hooters, yes.
All right, so it can't be Our Lady Peace because that is much later. And it can't be Cross Canadian Ragweed. It's not Rush. It can't.
It is not Rush, though. That's a good guess. But this band is not as musically accomplished as Rush. Kind of a cheesy band.
Loverboy.
Loverboy. Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
That was my first ever concert. I'm not the proudest of it, but everybody's got to have an embarrassing first concert, right?
I think so. I went to see Alanis Morissette twice. And you'll never guess who opened for them both times. I'll give you a hint. The band that I saw them open for Alanis Morissette in the 90s in Nissan Pavilion is infinitely bigger than her now. Infinitely bigger, with one of the biggest hits from the 90s.
Huh. Infinitely bigger than Alanis. Alanis is pretty big.
Garbage. I know, but they're I hate them, but they've got a cult following that Dave Matthews Band wishes they had.
All right, I'm just going to throw 311.
No, but I hate 311 more than anyone on earth. No, this is before it was Radiohead. Radiohead opened for Alanis Morissette. And by the next time they came around,
I'll be honest, I don't understand the attraction of Radiohead. Creep is a great song, but I mean, I'm not a fan.
It's the last song they wrote, and then it's just a bunch of collections of noises after that. Here's a question.
By the way, Chad, I did redeem myself with my second concert at the Capitol Center. It was much better.
Def Leppard.
No, even better. How about Metallica was the opening band on the Master of Puppets tour with Cliff Burton before he sadly passed away.
Sure.
Opening for Ozzy Osbourne. That's a pretty good double bill.
Solo Metallica opened for solo. Was that 89? You said?
No, this is 1986. This is Ozzy on the Ultimate Sin tour.
Yeah, Ozzy would open for them now, but he probably wouldn't let his ego do that. I remember listening to some interview with Sharon where she was asking why they don't go out with Sabbath, and she was like, "We draw the same amount, and then I've got to pay all those guys." I was like, "Well, it's pretty straightforward." You should read this one. This one's for you, Cakes.
What junkie botched the first line to Tom Sawyer?
Good question. Just talking about Rush. Thank you, Aubrey Knight, for the $1.99.
Yeah, I'm definitely not talking about the book.
No. No chance.
I don't really fully remember this, but if I had to guess, my guess would be Eric Bickle. Probably botched it somehow.
Well, also, he would attempt it.
Yeah.
Lurch wouldn't attempt it.
Yeah.
I wonder how he botched it, though. Like, what words did he use instead of the actual...
Well, I'm trying to mentally think now. The first line of Tom Sawyer.
Modern day warrior, mean stride.
Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. I feel like we're doing the "I Love You Man" with
that's
Paul
right,
Rudd and the Jason Segel.
Although a vastly inferior movie to Forgetting Sarah Marshall, one of the greatest comedies of all
Great
time.
movie. I mean, how good is Russell Brand in Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
He's a 10 out of 10.
So good.
Matt True 180, Daniel 499. Thank you so much, buddy. The boys need to revisit the Thing movie podcast or another movie you enjoy. The name escapes me, but it was fucking awesome. Red October is well. The Hunt for Red October podcast I did was called One Ping Only. Danny definitely did that with. Were you on that one, Cakes? I don't think you were.
I don't think I was. Though I did watch The Thing with my daughter, and she really enjoyed it.
Really?
Now, she was freaked out by it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, when the head sprouts legs and starts running around on the floor, and you're shooting it with flamethrowers, of course people are going to freak out.
I did a whole jag on the thing a couple weeks ago on the show because at that beginning scene where the helicopter is descending and he's shooting at the dog.
Yeah.
Well, when they land, right when they land, the guy whips out a grenade and is about to throw the grenade, not at just the dog, but the entire group of the fucking American, facility. He's going to murder everyone there.
Right.
And it falls out of his hand. I feel like that's just glossed over. This guy's about to commit mass murder. What a great fucking movie that is.
Oh, it's so great. It's so freaking good.
Most of it's to the practical special effects. They're so much scarier than CGI. Like CGI will never be as that fucking when it's killing all the dogs and it goes up into the ceiling and he hits it with the flamethrower.
I mean, when the dude is giving the other guy CPR and then his hands go down into his chest and they get chopped off by a big giant set of jaws. I mean, that's stuff you never forget. It never leaves you.
Quit complaining over there.
Seared in your brain.
What an amazing scene.
It's great.
John Carpenter does nothing but bangers. I mean, They Live, fucking Halloween. Have you fucked with The Fog at all? I feel like that gets disrespected.
I saw The Fog. This is a weird memory. I saw The Fog I want to say it was like a middle school, like somebody was having like a Halloween party or birthday party like around Halloween. And we watched The Fog. It was like 12 or 13, like 12-year-olds in somebody's basement watching The Fog.
That's an interesting choice.
It was weird, man.
There's some insidious shit that happens in that movie.
Like 12 and if you could get a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds hanging out like at a middle school party, like people should be like playing spin the bottle or whatever, whatever mating rituals are hot today. Like
not watching John Carpenter movies.
I know that was a weird bit we were doing back in the early 80s. I think that movie came out like 1982 or 1983.
That's a good group you were running with.
A bunch of good eggs.
Large Mouth Ass, thank you so much. Graham Bonnet was the lead singer on Since You've Been Gone. Cakes, next time you hear Highway Star, focus on the guitar solo and you will realize how great Blackmore is.
All right. That's sound advice. I will take that to heart.
Yeah, to each his own. I mean, I hate Van Halen, and I realize that's blasphemy for a lot of people, but it's just the sound is so 80s up, and David Lee Roth is so goddamn irritating that I just can't get past that to appreciate like what skilled musicians everybody.
Van Halen, not my favorite band, but I mean, I appreciate their work. I love the sneaky Van Halen tune that I love, "Dance the Night Away."
Oh.
I think it's a great song.
I got to tell you this story. So the guy at Commonwealth Dry Goods, we sell candles by Shining Soul Candles. They're in Manassas, and the owner of that place is a guy named Pete Evick, and he is a guitarist by trade. He is Bret Michaels' lead guitarist.
Very nice. Bret Michaels, my guy. Look, heart Bret Michaels.
That's right. You were up on stage with one Oscar Santana, I believe,
hold
performing.
On. Oh, you mean this picture? Look at that picture. Look at that. Look at that picture. Look at that.
Why did you just have that right there?
It's you know what I love this picture, but I've never gotten it framed. It's just in my stupid desk drawer right here. This is your boy Johnny Flakes, obviously. Yep. That's Bret Michaels, and that's Oscar Santana. By the way, we should tell people how and why this night happened. You remember this whole thing, right?
Well, he was on your show, and then he invited you guys to go on stage.
No, you're getting it wrong. Here, you are misremembering, Chad.
All right.
This is a funny bit.
Well, I can't wait to hear it.
So, I mean, this had to be, when was this? This is 2007. This is 2007.
So we were probably in evenings.
So out of the blue, old big shooter calls me up and says,
you up?
You called me and you said, "Hey, Flakes, do you want to go on stage with Poison and sing Nothing But a Good Time?"
Yes,
because they're playing Jiffy Lube Live, and by the way, Rat was opening. So I mean, this is like,
God.
I mean, I'm surprised I wore pants to
That's
this
right.
whole thing. So
arcing ropes.
Oh, so many. I mean, Spider-Man level ropes. I mean, I was sliced. So Chad calls me. He's like, "Hey, would you like to go on stage with Bret Michaels and Poison to sing the encore?"
Yeah.
And I was like, because you were like, "I don't really want to do it." Like,
I'd rather die. Yeah, I'd rather kill
you'd
myself.
rather be dead.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Fucking, of course, I want to go on stage with Bret Michaels." So, I mean, to pull back the curtain, Rat was my go-to hair metal band. They were my one seat. I liked Poison, but like I always had Rat like a few levels above. So I was lucky enough to get like backstage pass. I got to meet Stephen Piercy and Warren DeMartini and some of the guys from Rat, and they were fine. They were nice, and you know, but it was, you could tell it was a standard. Like the manager brought me back. You know, they small talked with me for 2 minutes, whatever. Took a pic. They were very nice, and then I was on my way. And I was like, wow, that's cool. I got to meet Stephen Piercy. Like I've been listening to that dude for 20 plus years. So watch Rat play, watch Poison play, get to go on stage with Oscar to sing Nothing But a Good Time. And I was like, this is fucking amazing. Like these are like my, you know, hair metal heroes that I've been listening to forever. And they're letting, you know, like, they're just like, yeah, here's a mic, chime in, do whatever you want. And I remember I was pissed at myself because I wore flip-flops. And like, if you're out on stage, man, you can't move in flip-flops, because if you do, you're gonna take a header, and I was gonna take a spill in front of, I mean, there were like 15,000 people there.
Yeah,
like it was packed, and I was like, God damn, I'm wearing flip-flops. I want to run around the stage, you know, like. But it was fun, man. It was a great time, and I owe that experience to Chad, obviously.
Thank you.
What was so cool was that after the gig, like Oscar and I got invited onto Bret Michaels' tour bus. That's where this picture was taken. And he could not have been a nicer guy. Like
everybody says that.
Like he didn't know me.
Yeah.
He didn't know, like he'd never met me. And he's like giving us Coronas. We're hanging out for like an hour plus. And like he was gonna stay there longer. I looked down at my watch. I'm like, it's like midnight.
I gotta host mornings.
I was like, dude, I gotta be at work in like 5.5 hours. And I'm in fucking Jiffy Lube Live. Yeah. You know how fucking far that is from anything? So like I have a man crush on that dude. He can do no wrong in my eyes. Like I can see why, like he's still like, you know, he's still doing gigs. Like he's doing gigs like at Charlestown, like where it's like him and Dee Snider and Mark McGrath. And look, you know, they just go out and they belt out hits, and people, you know, they have a great time. Great dude, man. And that was just a fun, really like special night that I'll always remember. And it was only made possible because Chad Dukes punted away the opportunity to go on stage. So I got to take advantage of it. It was great.
No one's going to confuse me with Dan Quinn going for it on fourth when I can punt those tickets away. Did Ricky Rock? Did you give Ricky Rock as a hand job or anything backstage? I mean, there was all types.
No, I did not. I missed out on that.
To circle back around.
Good pull though of Ricky Rocket for the drummer for Poison. Well done.
Oh, DC DeVille, I know them all. So fucking when Bret goes out without Poison and it's just the Bret Michaels band.
Yeah,
like Pete is the lead guitarist. He's the phenomenal guitarist. And he's done some stuff for me in the past musically. It's always been great. But he's a fucking Van Halen super fan to the extent he's got the tattoos on his arms. Like and it sucks because he knows I hate Van Halen and I can't stand him.
Yeah.
But he was at Sammy Hagar's 50th or 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And that song Right Now that was in the Crystal Pepsi commercial, which again, I would rather just corkscrews. He loves that song. And it's his favorite song, and it speaks to him. So his band used to be sponsored by Jägermeister. So whenever they would go anywhere, they would have one of those chilled Jägermeister machines like Opie and Anthony had, where they would have just shots of Jaeger. And so,
not a fan.
Neither am I.
I would take almost any sponsorship. I'd have a hard time with a Jägermeister sponsorship, man.
It's tough.
Yeah.
And like he's taking these shots, and he's blackout drunk, and Sammy gets up on stage. He doesn't have Van Halen with him, but he has like a band. And they start playing that song.
Okay.
So, the story he tells me, He pulls his fucking jeans down in the middle of the party. There's just nothing but famous rock stars around him and women and all, and starts jerking off, right? He's beating off in the middle of this party. Bouncers start fucking falling out of the sky. They're just kicking the shit out of him and kicking him and beating him. They grab him and they throw him out into the fucking street. And it's like his manager comes out. He's like, we got to go. We're going to get arrested. They throw him in the back of the fucking car. And they he's got to go to Minnesota or something the next day to play. Come to find out, he wakes up the next morning when he remembers what he did. I said, why would you do that, Pete? And he goes, dude, I just love that song so much. In that moment, I felt like I needed to make love to the song, man. And I swear to God, right when I was doing that, I'm making love to Right Now by Van Halen. I was like, that is the creepiest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
That's a weird move, man. I mean, there's music that moves me, obviously, but not to that level. I haven't heard that song yet.
Not the self-stimulation. Well, he's got a green Sharpie story. I'm not going to tell it here because I don't want to get demonetized on fucking YouTube, but it's absolutely atrocious. Let's see. We're almost at the top of the hour. Thank you for spending so much time.
Oh, of course, man. It's good catching up with you, man. It's fun.
It is, and it's good to see you. Largemouth, thank you, buddy. I pulled this video. I know you're not the Ron and Fez fan that I was, but I know you play the drops and you have a soft spot for some of that stuff.
Sure, of course.
I found a video, and
okay.
I don't know if you'll appreciate this video as much as I do, but right. Ron and Fez on Sirius XM when Fez was losing his fucking mind is some of my favorite radio of all time.
Okay.
He's literally becoming a lunatic right in front of us. Eventually, he had to retire because he was so mentally ill. This is a scene in New York. Andrew WK was doing a 24-hour drumathon where he was gonna drum for 24 hours.
What a weirdo!
Right? Well, he's a weirdo.
He's a weird dude, man. But Party Hard is a fucking 12 out of 10.
How about it's time to party? I mean, they all sound the same.
I mean, anything the opening riff of Party Hard isn't just a fucking killer? Of course it is.
So Andrew WK is across the street from Sirius XM, and he's ground level with a big window in front of him, like we were at the AT&T studio in Chinatown or Asylum Wakesgate in Snow or whatever bullshit where they treat us like monkeys all these years. So there he is.
Okay.
You see behind him.
Okay, I can see. I mean, is there a person off here to the right?
Yes, wearing a statue, one of those Statue of Liberty touristy foam hats.
Okay, yeah. Okay, is that Fez?
That's Fez.
Okay.
So what this is Ron. This is when Fez is as crazy as he's ever fucking been, batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Ron sent him downstairs to get behind Andrew WK, where there is a live feed of Andrew WK doing this thing, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Ron is on the phone with him telling Fez what to do. Okay?
Yeah.
That's this video, and that is what unfolds. And this is happening. Someone took the audio of what was happening on the air and overlaid it with the video.
Okay.
Of this.
Hold on, please. I wonder. Okay, I'll set a Statue of Liberty. All right, well, just be there, somewhat kneeling. Pretty much like you were last time. All right, I'm in position. Let me know when you see me. Well, do me a favor, just act like you're playing air drums along with this. So you're just looking like you're really into this. By the way, if you want to see Fez, go over to the Interrobang, and he will be on camera rocking out. There you are, standing there. All right, and we're watching you now. Putting on your beautiful hat.
That's why I said, hold on, please.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, you look great.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Thank you. I feel good.
So eventually he does this for Andrew WK likes it.
Drum and just act like it's great. Give the thumbs up for a second.
Eventually.
Just start drumming on your belly. Just start to drum on the belly. Okay. Yeah. All right. Shirt is up. Oh, hi, kid.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is the
you should be seeing the belly drumming. Oh, all right. The other drummer, the guy called Other Drummer, is now taping me. Great.
But I really think that they're doing this on purpose because they've kept the camera on pause.
I mean, to me, if I'm watching, I'm like, I'm having the time of my life. I don't have to know this fucking guy.
Oh, he's going to do the belly drumming in a second.
They eventually throw him out. Like they don't let him continue to do that. But I couldn't believe somebody took the time to get the audio of that shit and the video of that shit and overlay it. And then I found on YouTube and it's 17 years old. It's fucking insane.
Was that before or after his blueberries are not a standalone fruit?
Now, the
rant?
blueberry, it has to be after.
That's one of the great meltdowns, I think, in radio history. I mean, that's a freaking classic.
Well, you remember Ron gets up and walks out of the room as he's melting down about the blueberries.
Yeah.
By the way, have you been seeing all this shit, Opie and Anthony, like fighting nonstop on Twitter, like for the past week?
Not really. I haven't really been paying attention.
You got to check in, dude. It's so amazing. It's
Go
like
down
it's
the wormhole.
It's like it's 2004 all over again somehow.
Yeah. I definitely need to check into that. By the way, the Andrew WK thing is funny that you brought that up because I saw him when I went to, you're going to laugh at this sentence. I saw him at the Warped Tour Atlantic City 2019, which was the last Warped Tour because then COVID hit and like it was a huge 2-day thing in Atlantic City. I went with 2 of my kids and some of their friends, and Andrew WK played. And Drab is Drab hates all music, but for some reason he loves Andrew WK. It's weird.
He's such a waterhead. I cannot figure him out at all.
It's bizarre. So, but not as bizarre as the way Andrew WK started his gig. You know, like Metallica plays Ecstasy of Gold before they come on every show. You know, bands have their tradition. They all do their certain things. Some don't do anything. Some will just come out and start playing, whatever. Andrew WK starts his show. He walks out to the middle, the front stage middle, and he just starts a countdown from 90. So he doesn't do like hey, we're going to get this thing started in 10, 9, 8. He starts at 90.
And he's saying the countdown?
He's doing it. And then the crowd starts doing it along with him. He's doing 90, 89, 88, 87, all the way to 1. I was like, this guy's a fucking complete wackadoo.
He's a buffoon.
It was weird, but it was also like strangely endearing. Like that dude, he gives zero fucks. Like he just puts it all out there.
Jeff Hedges would call that guy a wackadoo so goddamn fast. It was his head would spin. Yeah, the 2 bands Drab likes is he likes Soja and he likes Andrew WK, and that is fucking it. There's no other music that moves him.
Bizarre.
Pretty smart. Put him in management. Tell CK what a great fucking call to put that. You should put that guy in a straitjacket.
Leader of men, Drab t-shirt. And by the way, Chad, I apologize for calling you Drab 17 times during my nearly 1 hour on Chad Dukes versus the World.
It is fine. It's no big deal. Well, I do have a Cakes. I know you probably have to get on with your life, but if you do wait for the 10 minutes, I'll let you go now. We do have a major announcement about my film Tapawingo coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So
very good. I will check in on that. Thank you for having me.
I love you, brother. Thank you so much for doing this.
I should not be a stranger. Anytime you want to reconnect, just reach out, and I'm happy to pop on.
The problem is I'm the type of guy that'll hold you to that shit. So always
it's all good, man.
Mind. All right, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Money Metal Cakes on X. Everybody go check him out. Thank you, buddy. There he is. The Cakesters. How great's Johnny Cakes Auville, huh? What a solid dude. He's always around. All right, where are we at? Let's fucking reconvene and see what's going on here. All right, I'm going to check in on you guys. I feel like you've been slacking on your pimping big time. Have we gotten to 300 likes yet? If we haven't gotten to 300 likes yet, this is going to start getting real ugly in here. Take a look. Oh, look, I'm looking at myself on my phone to see. There's got to be a better way. Sroka, help me for God's sakes. How do I get there? How do I get to a safer place so I can see how many likes? We have 277 likes. There's not 23 of you that can hit the like button right now. It is free. The goal is 300 likes. Let's fucking do it. I think we're stalled out at 45 shirts. That would be the lowest total we've ever done. That's completely unacceptable. Hit the link at the top of the chat or in the description for the video. If we get to 70 shirts by the end of the show, which of course 2 to 6 p.m. we are on today, well then, you will be able to get the big announcement. Oh, my next guest is already here. Dylan, come back in 5 minutes. I got to go take a leak. Are you listening?
All right. Okay.
Can you go come back in 5 minutes?
Yeah, man. All right.
Hey, what's that room? I like that room.
Thank
All
you.
crazy
Thank you.
fucking
Gotta come over.
tigers.
I'll see you in a minute.
I'll see you in a minute. There he goes. My guest coming up next, Dylan Narang, director of Tapawingo, where me and my brothers rain terror on John Hayter Boy. The Tar Waters rule the day. Have you been waiting for a fucking update on Tapawingo? It's coming next. But you got to hit the like button and you got to buy a shirt or it's that ass.
Hi there, it's Money Monk from Money Monk Fishing Charters. When I'm not slaying striper and misplacing my wallet, I'm listening to The Chad Duke Show. It's fucking hilarious. You can get a fresh episode every day by heading over to chaddukeshow.com and subscribing. If you're low on cash, just cancel one of those pointless streaming services, just like I canceled my personal training sessions so I can sit inside my beach house and stare at the wall all day. The Chad Duke Show, almost as entertaining as looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror. Sign up today at chaddukeshow.com. Fish on!
Where the nickel size hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep it women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever see. With a nickel-sized hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind.
Hey there, boy. It's radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not being treated for Peyronie's disease, I'm eating the best barbecue south of Camden Yards. Bunk's Barbecue. Hey there, boy. It's radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not... Hey there, boy. It's radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not being treated for Peyronie's disease, I'm eating the best barbecue south of Camden Yards, Monk's Barbecue. Located conveniently in Purcellville, Virginia. Monk's has... God damn it! Hey there, boy. It's radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not being treated for Peyronie's disease, I'm eating the best barbecue south of Camden Yards, Monk's Barbecue. Located conveniently in Purcellville, Virginia, Monk's has the best pork, brisket, craft beer, bourbon, and if you're really lucky, tickets to the Ravens tailgate. When I'm not clutching my chest or staggering into the Christmas tree, I'm enjoying all the amazing sides Monk's has to offer, like mac and cheese and dirty rice. The only thing that could keep me from eating at Monk's are when my friendos are eating there and they invite me to join. I'd rather die. But hey, I might do that anyway if my loved ones have anything to say about it. So take it from me, the Fortress Film Society's Buck Wild, and check out the menu at www.monksq.com. You'll be glad you did. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are some subordinates here at the Crestar that need some impregnating.
That's right. That's right. All of that, and I forgot to play the background music after we came out of break. All of that. We enter our fourth and final hour of Chad Dukes versus the world. Thank you so much for sticking with us for any or all of it today. If you're new, you can subscribe on iTunes or Spotify. We've got free episodes up there. We've got free episodes here on YouTube. But the main course, ChadDukesShow.com. Yeah, it costs money. All good things do. But you get roughly 300 times the content you used to on Big O and Dukes Reloaded. Check it out. And just try. You can cancel anytime you want. We don't do year-long membership. You can cancel whenever you want. You might just like it. We got a fun community over there. We're good listeners. People get the bit. You don't have to worry about you ever talking about anything boring. Usually a lot of diarrhea. A lot of dick jokes. Sold 44 shirts. That ain't enough. What you're going to do right now is hit the like button. We're almost 300. We need 300 likes before we get out of here. I ain't threatening you with nothing, all right? Don't make me do this. But also, bare minimum, we need to get a fitty shirt. And these are fine garments. Signed by Brian Busties. Of course, absolutely, definitely not ripped off. From checking for the Super Bowl. You got the date, you got the time, you got the place, you got the shoulder logo. CDVTW is back. Get your shirt now. Click that link at the top of the chat or in the description. And thank you to everybody that's already picked up your tea or sent a super chat. Today, it has been a good one, as it usually is. Joining me now on the Mitsubishi, what the fuck was the old hotline? It was the Geico 1-800 Geico hotline. What was the hotline at the radio station? It's been too long, man. On the Monk's Barbecue hotline, I guess we'll go with that. My buddy Dylan Narang, there is his social media. Of course, Tapawingo Film on Instagram, of which I am a Bart of. Good to see you, Dylan. I feel like I just saw you, in fact.
Yeah, it feels like it. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, you know, a lot of chicanery afoot. Had Ben Volin on, had Big Dane Aye Mayne on, had Johnny Cakes Auville on.
Sounds great. It sounds amazing.
You've got to you got to pull the rope in the right direction.
Oh, man. We'll see. We'll see.
I want to talk to you about the Daredevil trailer because we both are nerdy. There's other nerdy things happening as well, but I think we've danced around it. The last time you were on the show, you gave a couple of indicators, didn't want to do anything official, but would now be a good time to let people know what's going on with.
I think it's a great time. I think it's a great time to let them know since I just signed the contract.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Fantastic. What timing?
What timing? That's why I was like, I got to get through this contract. I got to read these 48 pages.
Well, you certainly didn't have enough time to text me back, so I'm glad that's what you were spending your time doing.
That's most of it. That's most of it. So you want to start or should I?
Well, I can give a little bit of context. You wrote and directed a film. We filmed it back in COVID 3.5 years ago. I think it'll be 4 years in the summer. Is that right?
It was so long ago. It's so bad.
Fucking long ago, dude.
It's so bad. It's to get a deal, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, it's got a great cast. It's got a great crew. It's got it looks cool. It's funny. It's got fun songs. Everything about it's great, but you're selling a small movie, and that's what you've been doing for the past 3.5 years. And it sounds like perhaps we finally have yielded some results. And people every week ask me when they can watch Tapawingo. Do we have an answer for them?
We do have an answer for that. So the answer is I don't know. The answer is we just signed a deal for distribution that would put us at a premiere, a big fun premiere at Comic-Con this summer in San Diego, and we'll do a panel and show the movie to my understanding of what the distributor's saying. So Chad, can you say in front of these 298 people that you will be in San Diego in California this summer?
By the way, the count is 1,281 people across all three formats, my friend, you hating ass hater. Yeah, I'm going to go. It sounds horrible. Look, the part of us hanging out and being with the people that made the movie and talking about it and watching it, I love that part. It's the shit you were telling me today at lunch. Did you see how much you gave me the heebie-jeebies about how many people are going to be there and how expensive it's going to be and how difficult it is going to. I mean, that part I'm not looking forward to, but yeah, I will. I will be there for the movie.
Yeah. Okay, so look, we're gonna do a panel. We're gonna show the movie. It's gonna be great. Look, the lady. I told Chad that I trust the lady. The lady seems very honest. It's whose company it is that's distributing the movie, and she seems like she gets stuff done. So she has put out there that she's gonna get us Hall H. Ah, man, wow. That's crazy. If that. Let's see it. Look, man, if it happens, that's awesome. I thought she was going to say just a regular convention room, and I was like, yeah, that sounds good. Sounds fun. But
for people that don't know what that means, like if you're not a nerd, Hall H is where Loki came out in character to announce the next Avengers movie. Like it's where all of the big time nerdy shit happens. It's a legendary venue there during Comic-Con.
Legendary. 5,000 people, 6,000 people. Like it's crazy. It's gonna be crazy when you come out there wearing your full Nelson Tarwater.
That'll be fun in July in California.
It'll be amazing. You start selling rings, it'd be great. So we're gonna show the movie, and then we'll have a theatrical run after that for as long as people want to see it. So that's the big news. That's the big news.
That is the news. And of course, there I am with my brethren, and there I am with a group of people, the Tarwater Gang. And if you're looking, yes, that is Billy Zane on the right. And yes, Dylan wrote a part where I am related to him by blood, even though I don't have the same piercing blue eyes and wonderful musk. Yeah, man, this is it's exciting because not puffing my own chest for any of my abilities, but it is fun to be a part of a project like this. And I have watched it now with lots of different people, and they all laugh and they all say the same thing. I can't believe it's a real movie. To which I respond, what the fuck did you think we were doing this whole time? And they're like, oh no, but it's real. It looks good and it sounds good. I'm like, yeah, I wasn't bullshitting you. So the notion of finally potentially people being able to buy a ticket to a movie. Oh, let me get that out of the way too, because I know that's not written in stone, but you are working to get it. So one of the pockets of this country where Tapawingo will be available would be around my neck of the woods. Is that true?
That is true. I have requested, nay, demanded Richmond and Fairfax as two of the markets. Now we'll see what the bean counters come up with of where they want to show the movie. But those are two places where I would think that we would do well. I just got a hunch that we're probably going to show well in those two areas.
Imagine not demanding Chicago or Austin or New York. It is no. It is Fairfax and Richmond.
I told them. They had New York on there, and I was like, we don't need to play New York. We're fine.
There's no point. Yeah, I get it. This was an incredibly fun part of the filming process where the poor stuntman had to hold his wrists up because Dylan tried to fucking kill me with that camera. Wanted me dead in the dirt.
They built that weird rig that we were going to push across the ground towards Chad as it almost collapsed onto him. It was great. It was amazing. Great day.
That was my first day on the job too. And since the last acting I did was in high school, it was quite the process, but a lot of physicality, Dylan, on the first day for the big man. I noticed that.
That was a special day, man. It was 98 degrees at that park. And we had that one camera guy who decided he wanted to bring a bunch of very large lights out
in
the middle of the field. and run a lecture to them. And while the rest of us were saying, it's daytime. What are we doing?
Yeah. Now, here's what you didn't fuck up on: wardrobe for your pal the Shootster. I mean, who does? And I have in my possession this exact set of clothing. So is this what you're requesting that I wear out to the?
I mean, man, that looks sharp. That looks super sharp. I think, look, if I can convince you to wear that, and I can convince the twins to grow their handlebar mustaches back and wear the goggles, and convince John to wear something that would relate to this. He said he's grown his mustache already. He said, I'll grow the mustache back. So, I think
it'd be better if he wore nothing. I think we probably would get more eyes on the product. Well, it's great, man. I'm excited, and congratulations to you. And of course, everybody in the film. I know they got to be over the moon, because I haven't spoken to anyone that isn't really proud of this shit. So that's good news. This is a super chat you probably want to read.
Dylan's eyelashes are ravishing. Well, thank you, Bobby Double L. I will tell you, Bobby Double L, that they don't do anything. I get dirt in my eyes all the time, and they're completely worthless. And members of my family accuse me of wearing mascara.
Yeah, a lot of that in the chat, actually, right before you came on.
Which makes no sense since they've known me for a long, long time, but I appreciate that.
If you ever get outed, like if somebody finds like a little makeup bag on you while we're out in San Diego, I'm gonna be so excited. Thank you, Bobby.
So what you're saying is that should be one of our giveaways at Comic-Con, like little makeup bags.
I mean, I would enter to win. Paul Morris, $10 super chat. Thank you, buddy. 3 hours, 3 different shows. Where else can you get this type of? Well, it's just 3 different vibes, but it's all Chad Dukes versus the world, Paul. But I certainly am glad that you're enjoying it, and the super chats definitely help make sure that we do another one. Thank you, bud. Enoch Boateng, $9. Can't wait to see Dukes is among the con goers. They're nice, but they sure are different. You'll love it. I won't love it, Enoch. I don't want to go. I'm going to go because it's the right thing to do, and I'm proud of the film, and I'm honored to be a part of it. But
you can have a great time, man. You can have a great time.
Dylan, I can't. The concept of furries drive me up a fucking flagpole.
There's no furries there. There's not people dressed up as furries.
There's not going to be one furry at San Diego Comic-Con.
I mean, 50,000 people. There may be one.
Mother of God. What? So what do they do? So do they do comic stuff? Like, I mean, it's been so long. I've read so much about how much it's changed over the years. Like, is there going to be stuff there that I like?
Yes. You're talking about at the con? Yeah, there's a whole section that's comic books and comic art and all that kind of stuff that I really like. Then there's a whole section that has comic book companies releasing whatever. Then there's a bunch of movie companies that come and they do announcements and giveaways. And then there's Artist Alley, and then a whole bunch of like knickknacks that have to do with everything in the space of what you could think of. And some of it's cool. A lot of it's stuff that you might even consider buying as a gift for someone, and then as soon as you get back to wherever you're staying, you'll be like, why did I buy this? A lot of that. It's a lot of that.
There's a tiki bar out there that's pretty famous called False Idol, and I'm going to demand that you take me there. Because here's another thing. I guess the gravy train has stopped, so the Shootster's footing his own bill to get out the whale's vagina. So I'm looking forward to that shit too, because I've been riding the Narang teat for a while, and it's been sweet.
If we had the studio covering it up, it would be different.
Oh my goodness, who is this? Hello, how are you?
This is Ivy.
Ivy, and this is how many do you have again? 7?
I have 27 children. By law, you get them when you're Indian. Yes. You want me to open that? Okay.
You got to read this if you're going to have your kid involved.
Congrats, boys. Tapawingo is a great movie. Dylan is. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. I don't think
Mike, you have been going absolutely hog wild today, brother. Thank you so much for all the super chats. And I would agree to you. Mike, you saw What did Mike see? Oh, he came down to Richmond.
He came down to Charlottesville, didn't he?
Charlottesville. I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I got to say, man, I was been thinking about the Arkansas Film Festival all the time now. I had a blast doing that shit. Thank you so much. But don'tsleepenergy.com. Use the Dukes promo code to get a discount right here. Jorge says, that's great news about Tapawingo. Can't see it. It's only been 3.5 years. I know, Jorge. Listen, we're not making fucking superhero garbage over here. This isn't Madam Web we're trying to fucking peddle. All right, this is a real film. It's funny. It's not woke. Anyone can enjoy this film. Anyone on God's green earth. And that's why
you didn't like Madam Web. That's
I like parts of it.
Cinema.
I'm not going to objectify those ladies, but there are parts of it I liked, and I won't say which. Thank you, Mike from Don't Sleep. You're a good man. Hope you hang out for Solid Dudes. Solid Dudes after this, by the way. I don't know why. 8 o'clock. I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, you should read this one too, Dylan.
Kevin Smith, the Narang cut of Tapawingo, the 3-hour cut. I will make sure you see a copy.
$2 chat. Dylan, believe I told you the second I watched the 3-hour cut, I said, why don't you go ahead and cut that down to an hour and 45 minutes? You told me to piss up a rope, and then 3.5 years went by. That's kind of...
There you go. I mean, look, one of us is right. All right. That's all I got to say. And one of us is really wrong.
Oh, man. Well, I'm proud of you for sticking to your art. It's important for everyone to do that. Although having people see the movie seems more important to me. Thank you, Kevin. Oh. All right. Are you going to be able to focus, or do I need to let you go? It's okay.
No, we're good. We're good.
You got to go be a dad?
I think we're good. I think because I'm on, they're like, now's the time we can ask for candy, and he can't do anything about it.
Well, I don't understand. Like, is there not a conversation that can be had that I'm going to be streaming in here with my famous, successful disc jockey friend, and maybe
I had the conversation. This was all set up.
God bless. I mean, and now I don't even know. Can they hear what I'm saying? I don't want them to be.
I mean,
stunted in their development.
Now that you've, I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
All right, fair enough. We're not okay. All right, go take care of it. Go take care.
No. I want to
made the announcement. How am I going to ask you about Daredevil if they're right there being kids?
All right. Hey, look, it was really good seeing you today. Thanks for having me on. Hope we can see you guys down there. Love you guys.
This is exactly what happened the last time you came on the show. Motherfucker. That's exactly what happened the last time he came on the show. It's just unbelievable. All right, so look, if you don't know what's going on, the movie, I'm in a movie, go to the fucking Instagram. Like it on Instagram, give you all the information. Of course, he hasn't posted anything about this, but here it is. It's an indie comedy, stars a bunch of famous people. I think it's very funny. I get into a fight with these guys right after this part's filmed. A literal fist fight. The disrespect, Enoch. Man, you ain't lying. Nobody that I know that has kids has the ability to tell those kids to pipe down. It's wild. Enoch, did you know that the Interrobang gave Tapawingo a top 5 comedy of 2023? Let me check my Palm Pilot. It's 2025. Anyway, boy, that really blew up in my face, didn't it? This has been a nightmare of a show. I can't get to the likes. I can't get the shirts. And Dylan bailed out on me in the middle of the game. It's all coming crashing down around me. It's like when the fucking Wayne Manor got lit on fire by Ra's al Ghul. Or is it the Joker? Which one is that? Is that Dark Knight or Batman Begins? They all run together. All right. We'll just move on. We could play this.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check your school's saying first before saying it.
High tide. High tide, guys. High tide. High tide. High tide. High tide.
It's roll tide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
It's just unbelievable that we've been able to get our legs into our pants all these years with how fucking stupid and retarded men are. I mean, it's just unbelievable that we've been able to file a tax report. How does any oil get changed? How are we able to punch the clock and get to our jobs and then be compensated for it? How do we get our penises into the vagina to keep the fucking population moving forward? What in the shit? So let me get this straight. Like every other commercial on earth, we are as dim as they come. And not only is the woman good at finding the deals on the car insurance, but they know everything about college football. I'm not saying there's not female college football fans. Of course there are. Every fucking commercial is like this.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance.
Some people just know who
by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check your school's saying
Well, she
first
knows.
before saying.
There's no way this guy does. No chance. He's a dorky fraud. Can we get one square-jawed, handsome gentleman that is conducting himself competently in one fucking commercial in this country?
High tide. High tide, guys. High tide. High tide. High tide. High tide.
It's roll tide.
Dorky Ginger can't even remember 2 words. Is anyone surprised? Thanks, honey. Traditionally, when you look at the demographics of people that are interested in contact sports, it's dominated by women in their 20s, right? It's dominated by the fair sex.
Yeah, checking first is smart.
How did I even get here? How did I get my inoculations? How did I get my tires rotated on my car? How did I buy a car? I'm so fucking stupid.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
And let's make sure that we don't have anyone believe they're together, right? There's no way we want anyone to believe these two could be romantically involved. Because we have to drain all of the heterosexuality out of everything.
Good hands with Allstate.
Ugh. Is Allstate one of the ones that said, hey, we think the state's going to catch on fire. We got to get the fuck out of here? Oh, I don't know how we're able to procreate. Is there a man out there with a high school diploma? What about a GED? Is it not supposed to reflect the people they're trying to be kissed to $2 super chat? Great show. Thank you, bud. I don't know how I got so angry towards the end, but it certainly has. I've been saving that video. I'm like, you let me know. You let me know when you see one dad in one commercial that isn't a complete and total buffoon that's having to be straightened out by his intergender better half. You let me know the next time it happens. I'll be waiting right here. Send me the clip. I'll play it here, and I say, you know what? You were right. Ugh. Drives me up the fucking wall. You know what else drives me up the fucking wall? The fact that largemouth ass tried to poo-poo my love of the berserker. Let me tell you something, largemouth ass. My love for you is like a truck berserker. Would you like some making fuck berserker? That's what I say. Now I gotta pause it.
It was fun. What wasn't it? Yeah, I like it.
I'm all discombobulated now. I'm all worked up into a fervor.
King's Dominion introduces its newest thrill ride, the Berserker. How was it? Oh, it was good. Good. Scared me a little bit, but...
It was fun. What wasn't it? Yeah, I like it.
Did it scare you?
Look, you're talking to the guys that have ridden the Whitewater Canyon, the King Cobra, and the Grizzly.
Well, how about the part where it turned upside down?
Turned upside down?
Yes.
Why do they call it the Berserker? When you built the scary ride, give us a call.
The Berserker, another thriller from King's Dominion.
Another thriller from King's Dominion.
How intense is the new Anaconda roller coaster at King's Dominion? Let's just say it's enough to put a few gray hairs on you.
Sure is. And yet it is gone the way of the dodo. And according to Largemouth Ass, that's a good thing. So for those of you that are unaware, King's Dominion is shuttering both. I guess it's already happened. The Berserker and the Anaconda. And maybe that's making way for bigger and better things. I've done a little research on this. They're saying that the Berserker is a ride that they don't even really make anymore, so it's kind of tough to keep it running. It's the one with the big boat that went completely around that you saw in the commercial. It's one of the first roller coasters, I don't even know if you would call it that, attractions that I ever had the guts to fucking ride. The Anaconda was the bee's knees. It was the new hotness. Like it came after the Shockwave. You know, they had all the other roller coasters there, the Grizzly, the Rebel Yell, the Scooby-Doo. The Anaconda was like the breaking edge of the technology of the time. And I remember because it went underwater and they would shoot the water out and it was actually a tunnel. So you weren't actually underwater, but it looked like you were underwater from the side. It was the first roller coaster that I ever rode where I got the picture taken where you're going down into the middle. The Shockwave, of course, was the one at King's Dominion where you're standing up and they buckle you in. They got the cod piece in us. Even if your dick is as small as mine, fucking yanking the shit up into your guts. And they're whacking them both. And I'm sure time marches on. You know, eventually all these amusement parks are going to be reduced to rubble. But fuck all, man. Like both of those specifically. Like the Grizzly was at Rarefied Air also, but those two specifically were big goddamn deals, really big deals. And the fact that they're not going to exist anymore is a huge bummer for your pal, the Shoodster. And, you know, I'm sure everything they're going to replace them with is going to be bigger, better, faster, and a better attraction to help them make more money, which I'm sure is what the goal is for all of these purposes. I'm a believer in capitalism. I'm a believer in going out there doing everything you can to turn a buck. But if you do enjoy nostalgically taking a step into the past, I don't like Facebook that much. They don't, you know, I've heard they're changing things now. The fact checkers have been eliminated. They're going to do community notes like X has. I suppose that is a step in the right direction, but I can recommend this page. This is KD Golden Years. This is an entire page developed to the, you know, King's Dominion the way it was when I was going to King's Dominion, because I'm not one of these, and no disrespect, Borger, I'm not one of these fucking weirdos that's in my 40s that still needs to go to King's Dominion and beat my dick. So if you do like the nostalgia bomb, King's Dominion turns 50 this year. Can you believe that? I would have bet against that. This is a page where they chronicle a lot of that shit, and it is well worth your time. So check that out. It's a free plug. I don't, you know, it doesn't help me at all, but KD Golden Years. They have a lot of, here's the promo photo. Look at this. This is fantastic. Promo photo for the Anaconda. I was so steamed up. I went the year that motherfucker opened. Amazing experience. And then like working your way up, like there's things when you're, I don't know how it is with girls, but there's things when you're a guy, like there's these points in life, like these, you know, barriers that must be crossed. And like kissing a girl is one, your first beer, your first concert, but working up the sack to go on your first roller coaster. And I guess a lot of people didn't. Like when Steve Pye was ruthlessly attacking me on the Chad Duke show the past couple times he's been on, very hostile about the notion of even attempting to ride a roller coaster. So I guess it doesn't tickle everyone's bippy. But if it was a part of your formative years where you finally worked up the courage to do something, especially if you're a bit of a recluse like I am, it was a big fucking deal. And those were big fucking names. So yeah, Jesus, it's over. It's not over, Enoch. There's still things that we could look back fondly on in ways that we can remember the past, that we are not completely irrelevant. But yes, I would say it's at least close to being over. Oh boy. All right. Let's watch this.
Let's talk about the AJ reading the book thing. And it's important to say it's a self-help book. It's not just some random book. So it's a self-help book. It's a strange visual, obviously. Are you okay with him reading a self-help book on the sideline, or would you rather he not?
No, I'm definitely okay with it. Everybody has their
the crazy thing is it's been happening for, he's been reading this book on the sideline for a long time. It just so happened that a camera saw it this week.
Can we believe that, by the way? If you're not aware of this story, during the Eagles' victory in the postseason this past week, and A.J. Brown there, Mercurial, is that the word? Wide receiver, one of the best in the league, was seen reading a self-help book on the sideline. They won, but his stats were bad. This has been an issue in the past. Saquon Barkley was tearing through the league. He was disgruntled. He was disgruntled last year. I mean, if you Google A.J. Brown disgruntled in YouTube, there's going to be a bunch of press conferences and shit that comes up. He's just, he's a wide receiver and he wants the ball all the fucking time. I don't know if he was reading a self-help book on the sideline, how they just caught it. I have no idea. He's on the camera all the time. So I'm a little dubious of that, but Nick Sirianni, whose voice we're hearing here on WIP, he insists that's the case.
And kind of, I don't know if made a big deal about it or not, but everybody has their own way. We talk so much about dog mentality, playing the next play, focusing your mind on what you're about to do so you can play with great effort and great detail.
So you're focusing your mind to play with great effort and great detail by not paying attention to what's going on the field, not commiserating with your teammates, not speaking to your position coaches, not being physically in the moment, by reading a self-help book. I would go as far as to say, and I don't give a fuck, and I like A.J. Brown, and I wish he was still with the Titans, and they're stupid for trading him. He's one of the best wide receivers in the league. And as far as fucking wide receivers doing their diva routine, DJ Moore has been worse this year. Tyreek Hill has certainly been worse this year. There's a big, long line list of names. Everybody that plays wide receiver in Pittsburgh, basically. This is not a seismic event. But Occam's razor, what is more likely? That A.J. Brown is in the moment and plugged in and happy with the results as his team is winning, but statistically he is underperforming, and he whips out a self-help book, motivational speaking book on the sideline in front of cameras. What do we think is the real reason for that? Maybe to let people know he ain't okay with it, and this is his cope and his way to let us know that he ain't okay with it? I don't know. But this is an interesting angle to take from Nancy Sirianni-Martling.
And some guys pray, in between. Some guys meditate in between.
Praying and sitting there passive aggressive.
Between. Some guys, AJ reads in between.
Why doesn't anybody else read? How many other guys are on that sideline right there? Athletes, trainers, coaches. How come everybody else doesn't have a book or a Kindle? If this was a Kindle, are we all feeling so artsy-fartsy about this? Are we all thinking it's such a cute story?
Whatever these guys need to do to put their mind in a place where they can play with great detail and great effort.
What if I need to masturbate? What if the way that I relax and center myself and get myself in touch with the moment is I like to shoot a load over my shoulder? Is that okay? I just want to know how far this goes.
I fully encourage them to do that. And AJ I love AJ. He's such a good teammate, and I find it, a little bit like I saw Jahan Dotson said something like defending AJ, and I thought that was awesome.
So his teammates have to defend him. So the coach is saying because the book was read on the sideline, his teammates are called to defend on him. See, this is where you lose me with all of this shit. And again, I want to make sure that I preface this story. First of all, I realize it's old news by now, but it's been discussed all week long. I've got additional audio here that I think is going to further make my point. I don't want to do anything off the field that causes my coaches or teammates or anyone else affiliated with the organization to have to come to my defense. That is my fucking primary goal. When I was filming that movie, I knew I wasn't the best actor there. I knew I wasn't the top 10 actor there. I barely was an actor there. The only reason I was an actor there is they were paying me to be there. So technically, I guess that makes me an actor. My whole goal was to not fuck up enough where they had to stop down. Somebody had to come over to me. Do you know your lines? Do you know where you're supposed to be? I wanted to listen and stay. And I was standing there a long fucking time, man. It was hot as shit. Not comparing that to being a professional football player, but giving an example. I didn't want to be the one where they go, hey, Dukes, you're supposed to be over here. What happened? Oh, I was looking at my phone. I was doing a crossword puzzle. I was reading Confederacy of Dunces. Oh, you're reading? Oh, that's a good thing. It's fine. What happens if he brings the phone out? I'm guessing the book was there because the phone isn't allowed. Why isn't the phone allowed? Don't answer.
Just another opportunity, another example of our teammates defending each other.
Defending each other.
We don't do any research to figure out how long he's been doing it, why he's doing it, what he's reading. I mean,
maybe that might be a good idea. Like, maybe that's one of your best players. Maybe you should walk over there as the head coach, you fucking weirdo, when you're not arguing with the fucking fans of your own team, arguing with Browns fans, screaming at fucking Patriots fans, shaving your head. I mean, this guy is really off his rocker. He's a fucking wackadoo. And if they figure out a way to fuck around and lose to the Rams, the Philadelphia Eagles might be kicking themselves if they weren't the ones that decided, let's wait and see if we can get Mike Vrabel. Maybe we should put together a bag with $10 million in it and head on down to Chapel Hill. Head on down to Tobacco Road. I mean, this guy's something else.
Not reading a romance novel on the side.
What's the fucking difference? What if he's reading the Bible? If he's reading the Bible, do you think there's going to be any problems?
Fine, whatever he's, we don't do any research and we jump to a conclusion of, oh, he must be disgruntled. That to me is
he's been disgruntled. He's been openly disgruntled in the past, over the past couple of years, after signing a massive contract. And now he's reading a self-help book on the sideline while you're winning.
That to me is lazy, and everyone needs to figure out why he's doing it.
We know why he's doing it. You're lying about why he's doing it, in my opinion, allegedly.
Before they jump to judgment on the man, because the man, A.J. Brown, is a great person.
What does that have to do with anything? What does how many charity auctions he volunteers that have to do with whether or not he should be focused on the game? 3 fucking hours. 3 fucking hours a week. Read your book. Someone do the math for me. 24 times 6 plus 21. How many hours is that? You have to read a book. You have to do it on the sideline, or do you want to do it on the sideline so that everybody notices you? And you could say a lot of what you want to say without saying a fucking thing at all, and then still play the victim if anybody asks you about it.
The man, A.J. Brown, is the best receiver that, and I'll say it without hesitation, is the best receiver that this city's ever seen. The man, A.J. Brown.
What about Todd Pinkston? Perhaps you're unfamiliar with the works of James Thrash. Does Freddie Mitchell come to mind? You better think before you speak, Sirianni Martling.
Is one of the best teammates that in the world to his guys. Not just the best receiver, one of the.
Does Jalen Hurts feel the same way? Because I thought they had beef. Beef is when you need 2 self-help books to go to sleep.
The best teammates. This guy is top notch. There's a reason he's done all the things he can do, and I love A.J. Brown. And it's hard. It's hard for me to watch when people are getting on him without doing the proper research of
what research do I need to do. Here's the research I did. I looked at every other sideline in the National Football League forever. There's my research. I've not seen anyone else do this. Tom Brady mentioned he's seen guys sneak a hot dog. That seems pretty dumb to me too. It seems to make more sense. I'm just hungry. I have to read this self-help book because shit's going so fucking bad for me personally that of course nothing matters what's going on. I'm exaggerating for the sake of the argument, clearly. But what are we talking about here? Now, Jalen Hurts was asked about this because, of course, Jalen Hurts was asked about this. It was being reported that these two aren't friends. You know why it was being reported? Their fucking teammates said it earlier in the year. Why do you guys always think I'm disgruntled? That's a quote you're going to hear out of A.J. Brown. Because people that are your teammates certainly think that you're disgruntled. So because this motherfucker is reading a book on the sideline, his quarterback is got to be asked about it, which I guess isn't a big deal to everybody else. I would choose to avoid it if I were in this situation.
Reading on the sideline, I think you said the book was Inner Excellence. Have you seen AJ read on the sideline during the games, and what goes through your mind when you see that? How do you think
I've never seen him read. I've seen the book in his hands.
That's interesting.
Everybody has a different thing and finds their flow in different ways. So that's how he chooses to do it.
Does he sound happy about it? I know Jalen Hurts is a little reserved, but that first part certainly was interesting.
During the games, and what goes through your mind when you see that? How do you think
I've never seen him read. I've seen the book in his hands.
That is a very interesting way to put that. And also, he could have just said, I've seen him with the book. I've never seen him read. I've seen him with the book in his hands. A LeBron James situation? I don't know. But remember that answer in just a moment. Because in just a moment, there's a clip of A.J. Brown being asked about this in the locker room. And he is asked to give one of his favorite passages. There's pictures of him with the book highlighted and underlined, and clearly seems to have read it several times, and Nick Sirianni is saying that he's been doing it all season long. So remember Jalen Hurts saying, I've never seen him read it, but I've seen the book in his hands.
I've never seen him read. I've seen the book in his hands.
And why would he say that?
That time, I'm doing it every drive, regardless of, like I said, if I score a touchdown or drop a pass.
This is A.J. Brown in the locker room after the game. Of course, the Philadelphia Eagles won 22-10. Whoop that ass, sent the Packers home, pretenders to the throne. But statistically, not his best night.
It's something how I refocus.
Is there a certain passage that you read from?
Yes, I always revert back to like the beginning of the book. It states, if you can just have a clear mind, and let me see, what did it say? A clear mind, and let me see, what did it say?
Does that sound like somebody that's read this book 15 times? Does that sound like somebody that's read this book enough to have favorite passages and underline them and highlight them and use them to cope with everyday maladies?
Clear mind, and let me see, what did it say? If you have a clear mind and remember that nothing else matters.
A clear mind and remember that nothing else matters. Nothing else matters than having a clear mind. That's the message the book says.
Clear mind and clear consciousness. Nothing matters, negative or positive.
Negative or positive. Nothing matters, negative or positive.
You're willing to take risks, and I go back to it, and it also says if you're humble, you can't be embarrassed. So no matter what happens, like in the game or whatever.
If you're humble, why would he be embarrassed? Why would he be embarrassed? His team's winning. Why is he embarrassed?
What happens, I'm just gonna stay free, play free, keep going, take risks, So.
Were you frustrated when you were reading the book?
No, I was not frustrated at all. I figured that's what y'all probably thought. I wasn't frustrated. Why y'all always think I'd be frustrated?
Because you're reading a self-help book on the sideline of a playoff game. That's why they think you might be frustrated. And you've expressed frustration in the past while the team itself is doing rather well. And your team collapsed at the end of the year quite spectacularly last year after being one of the strongest teams in football. That's probably
yeah, I read the book. Yeah, I like to read. So.
I'm sure you do like to read. It's just interesting that you couldn't really formulate any of the teachings of this book. Look, I'm being overly critical. I would love to have A.J. Brown on my favorite team. Seems like a nice enough guy. Here's what I think is going on. He's pissed off that Saquon Barkley is getting more of the run. He was pissed off when Jalen Hurts was getting more of the run. He doesn't believe he's getting the ball enough. And the only way that he can now express it, because people are onto his shit, is some passive-aggressive tactic. And that would be reading a fucking self-help book on the sideline. Now, I don't know if they're allowed to bring a tablet onto the field, if they could load up a Microsoft Surface or whomever the NFL's got to deal with this year. And you could just be sitting there reading, and it would look like game film, or it would look like that you're a part of the. He brought a fucking book out onto the field with the cover out in a game where his team's winning, but he's not catching any balls. You don't got to be Sigmund fucking Freud to interpret what's going on here. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Now, I don't even give a shit. Every wide receiver not named Terry McLaurin seems like is a huge fucking pain in the ass. And A.J. Brown's capable for going for $180 and 2 touchdowns any game he's in if the Eagles can figure out how to get him the ball, or sometimes mystifies them. So would I rather take a passive-aggressive player lying to my face? He's not breaking any laws. He's not getting arrested. He's not fucking going and creeping on DMs and burner accounts, fucking getting online, liking posts about trading the quarterback. All the dumb shit that we've seen. Yeah, I'd rather have this. I'd much rather have this. Spider Clam says, do you think it was... Of course it was for attention. Of course. Of course it was for attention.
When you see that, how do you think
I've never seen him read. I've seen the book in his hands.
The book's in his hands. Even if he's read it cover to cover. This shit drives me nuts, man. You just are expected to do what everybody else does. And I'm using this more of an example. When we talk about, if I give you special treatment, I have to give everybody else special treatment. Devontae Smith is a fucking insanely good player. Saquon's an insanely good player. Jalen Hurts, Pro Bowler. We've got talent on this team. I'm just asking you to do what they do. I just remember being on the air when Dwayne Haskins, God rest his soul, was taking selfies in the fucking stands during the game. And I had all these dick riders calling my fucking show saying, why are you hating? Why can't he fucking, he's just young. They're all young. There's no 40-year-olds in this fucking league unless it's Aaron Rodgers. How does everybody else know not to do it? Everybody else figured it out. There's a scene in A Few Good Men where they're talking about the Code Red and how the Code Red doesn't show up in the Marine Corps basic manual that all the Marines have to read. And Tom Cruise redirects, takes the book away from Kiefer Sutherland and says, do they feed you here? Well, how did you know when it was okay to eat? Who told you? Where is it in the book? Show me in this book where it tells you where the mess hall is. And the Marine on the stand says, oh, it's not in that book. I just kind of followed the line where everybody went, and then I ate my dinner. And his point was, it didn't need to be fucking written down. And neither did performing a Code Red. The Code Red didn't need to be in the Marine Corps manual for it to be ordered by Lieutenant Caffey. Not Caffey. Who ordered it? Kiefer Sutherland. Hold on a second. I got Kevin Bacon is the other lawyer. Lionel Caffey. And Kiefer Sutherland was the Lord Father, our God, the over-the-top dude that ordered the Code Red that wants everybody dead. Some of my favorite words in that movie. Point being, everyone's been disgruntled. Everybody's wanted the ball more. Every wide receiver that has ever played the fucking game wants the ball more. Jamar Chase, I'm always open. Jamar Chase goes after Joe Burrow in the press. Through the media. Joe Burrow acknowledged it this year. This ain't new. I've never seen Jamar Chase with a fucking self-help book on the sideline. Say what you mean and mean what you say. I think it's a good thing for us all to aspire to. And, of course, this is the end result. It's become this cutesy fucking story now. The book A.J. Brown was reading on the bench is up over 53 million% on Amazon. Here's how the Eagles start changing another man's life forever. That's good, I guess. Unless it's bullshit. Unless the book's bullshit. You know, that's commerce. Publicists, publishers, people are getting paid. All right, I'm a capitalist. But if I'm the coach of the tell me you don't get it without telling me you don't get it. And that's Nick Sirianni. If he wins a Super Bowl, I will be a monkey's uncle. There's just no fucking way. And I can't help But go back to thinking about if that was a Pete Carroll team or a Bill Belichick team or a Mike Vrabel team. You got a Hardo in there. The Eagles might have 2 Super Bowls during that time. I don't know. Maybe not. There's players, coaches out there that succeed. That's the vibe I get when I see stories like this. That's the impression that I get. TJ Evans, thank you for the $50 super chat. Fat Tax Friday. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, TJ. That is incredibly generous. You guys have been incredibly generous all evening long. So I really do appreciate that. A couple of notes. It's your last chance to pick up one of these bad boys. I hope you do. Link is pinned to the top of the chat, and it's in the description. We are at 51 shirts, so it looks like we are not going to hit the goal, but came damn close. So I appreciate everybody for picking up one of those bad boys. I know that my profits are being fucking eaten into by the heavy riders. It's the first example I've had of them chewing into my profits. There's just too many quality garments on the market right now. People's budgets are what they are. So for those of you that have chosen to support the show today by picking up a fine garment, thank you. It's the reason why we'll do another one of these pieces of shit. One of these fucking pieces. Quick plug. There it is. We are going to be doing Solid Dudes right there. Check it out. Solid Dudes 99 Bobo Bowie. Yeah, let's see here. We only have 43 likes. That's sad. Did we get to 300 likes on this stream? We'll never know. So I'm going to go have a little din, and then I'm going to circle back around, and then I believe that I'll be joined by Jim Jester and Bo LeBlanc if you'd like to go over to the YouTube channel when you're done here and like this and turn on the heart lights, let it shine wherever you go, let it leave a happy glow for all the world to see. Or you could turn on notifications, and you will receive another one when we go live. Very, very good. I just got a little dingy thing. Oh, we're at 54 shirts. That's great. All right. Click that link for everybody that didn't get a chance to roll through and get that. And we will be back on in just a couple of few. And I like to end this episode the way I like to end all episodes of Chad Dukes First World if possible. And TJ Evans, thank you again for the $50 super chat. Very, very generous of you. I hope to see you over on Solid Dudes. I always like to end the show with Warak.
Warak in this mug, and you know how we coming. 0900 shit, baby. Yo, you see the difference between y'all and us? It's everything. Loyalty a must when fucking with the brethren.
I gotta say, Pale Mamba looks cold as shit, and him just going moaning to himself. It sounds less like he's encouraging young Malibu and more that he's fighting for his life.
Between y'all and us, it's everything. Loyalty a must when fucking with the...
Look at that self-soothing going on. I mean, he's got the full fucking hands across the belly, the prenatal.
The brethren, Warak leave you in the dust. No Scooby-Doo when we meddling. We gon' keep it real. We ain't never rust. That's why the game won't ever let us in. It's fuck the industry.
Where is Chief East going to come from? These are tight quarters we're dealing with here. Anybody want to hazard a guess where Chief East is going to pop up at? Take a look from down here. Nope, nothing. Over here. That's a lot of my face.
And everything fake. Y'all chasing poon with liquor. We just chasing bait. Y'all sneak dissing like sisters.
He's got to come down from on top of that fucking container, right? I mean, that is the tightest. This is the tightest venue we've ever seen. The tightest theater we've ever seen. Warwick, Rhode Island's finest rap group, of course, hip hop group. Chief East, Young Malibu, Pale Mamba, and a bunch of jobbers behind him, behind them. Chief East has got to pop up from that. He's got to drop down from on top of that canister. That's my guess. There's no other place for him to hide.
And we just being frank, but there ain't no dog in them bum. More like chicken when it bakes. Real shit, real shit. You see? A lot of y'all.
The shirt is the logo. That was unfortunate. The logo is obfuscated.
Real shit.
What does that shirt say?
Real shit, you see?
Why is that shirt so old? If you're going to hold up a shirt representing a business, would you not want to get a fresh new one?
A lot of y'all won't ever get that. Get this lifestyle. But I ain't here to make your life worthwhile. You either put in work or settle for a toxic chick in your born child. But us...
There he is. There he is with the Timbos coming down off the top. How long do you think he was up there? He's got to have some sort of a frostbite situation descending. This does not appear to be the warmer months.
Me and the team, we gonna stay rich, stay wild, real.
Look at Chief, how tentatively he has to get down. One of my favorite bits is how practical Chief East can be when he's revealing himself.
For a toxic chick in your born child. But us, me and the team, we gonna stay rich, stay wild. Real rap shit, baby. Real
So now they got a vamp for him to get down and then get up there and do his voice.
rap shit, you heard? Yeah.
Oh, he might have just heard himself. Did you fucking see that?
The team, we gonna stay rich, stay wild. Real rap shit, baby. Real rap shit, you heard?
He fucking... They're the best. They're the fucking best. If this isn't a bit, this is the greatest theater of all time. Do you see Chief East fell on his ass? And now they got to wait for him. Look, the dude in the back's laughing his balls off. Why wouldn't you do a second cut?
The team, we gonna stay rich, stay wild. Real rap shit, baby. Real rap shit, you heard? Yeah. Yeah, you know how we coming. 0900 for life. We come life. For life, baby.
Look at him laughing in the back. Why wouldn't you call cut? Let's do another take. Chief just busted his ass. We're supposed to be some hardcore Rhode Island-based gangster rappers.
That'll Chief. That'll Chief. Yeah. As a pack of brothers, we stand for a movement. I'm okay looking dumb to people that are stupid. Yo, that type of comment, but never do shit. We love a throw. I dare you come and move it. Yeah. All up in your face like, what up? All my brothers really throw those dubs up. No fucks. You never beef with a sick mug. I'll chew your face off just to prove I'm tough. I love my life. I can't complain. Yo, insecure living day by day as a fucking slave. Fuck the hate. We're here to stay. Warrior! Do the break. Do the break, bitch. Yeah.
I gotta say, I really appreciate the passion. Like, I do like the fact that they put everything into this when they're performing. Whether you hate it or not, like, they go all the way in. There's nothing tentative about this.
Fuck the hate. We're here to stay. Warrior!
Chris Caulfield says, does that guy have a claw hammer in his waistband? If this is your first experience with the legendary Warak, your questions are all about to be answered. You're talking, it's hammer time with the Pale Mamba, and you're about to experience it for the first time, Chris.
Do the break. Do the break, bitch. Yeah. Fucking hammer time, baby. Cut my hair.
One of the best moments of every Warak video is where Pale Mamba is going to throw the hammer when it's hammer time, and then listening to hear what it hits. He has never just thrown it into an empty field. It's hit cars before. I don't know if he's trying to do it, but I mean, Chief East's revelation, wherever he's revealed, the only thing that can top that is where the fucking hammer goes when it's hammer time.
Yeah, fucking hammer time, baby. Cut my hair, and I got glasses now. Leveled up, got a house, and I got a car now.
I don't know if that's the flex you think it is, Pale Mamba.
Ask God to keep us up and don't let me down. What goes around comes around.
Does he not need the glasses to read the rap? I mean, he was reading them with them up on top of his head. Also, he's got one of them straight across joints going right there, doesn't he? I mean, those bangs go straight across.
What goes up must come down. That's because we're shitting on them. The industry. To me, you're just a bunch of freaks. Hyper ratchets, poppers, Amy's on the screen. Get mad because I say hammer time and I scream.
I don't get mad at that. I fucking love it.
I must be modest. Actually, I must be honest. Y'all don't support us, but support whack artists. Y'all support sexual
I support the shit out of you, bro.
charges. All I did was kick a door like a Spartan. That's why y'all on the spectrum. Y'all just...
Oh, he wouldn't say retarded. Did you hear that? Look at Pale Mamba fucking caving into the social pressure.
Why y'all on the spectrum? Y'all just... Real rap shit, baby. Real shit.
Man, I wouldn't want to go down that alley without being strapped. My goodness gracious. King Raymond III has it right. You just got baptized in real rack shit, friendos. Glad I could be here for it. Oh, I wish you wouldn't have told me that, Clamp. We are 4 likes away from 300 likes. Who's going to make it happen? Who's the legend that's going to step up and make sure that we don't leave here a bunch of fucking losers? A bunch of fucking candy-ass dickholes that can't get to 300 likes. 2 now? Clamp, thank you for stepping up in the moment to try to ensure that the 300 like goal is obtained. Thank you so much, TJ Evans, Mike from Don't Sleep, all of our beautiful super chatters today. I can't even think. Tom G with the $50 banger. All those gifted memberships from Bobby Double L, Largemouth Ass, Joseph Liston, Joey8172. Just an unbelievable show of support. I'll leave the shirts for sale up until the end of Solid Dudes. If we do manage to hit 70, I do have a monster announcement. I still have a big announcement, but I need to do a better job of sticking to my fucking guns. So gonna go get a little supper and then be back here like some needy fucking voyeur. 1 left. Clamp, you're fucking killing me. We're not gonna get to 300. Let it go. I can't hold it back anymore. If you thought we were going to go out singing Frozen on this show at the beginning of this and you would have predicted it, you would have sounded like a fucking genius.